everyone. Holly has returned. A holiday channel with Mariah.
Council.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws and it's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
A celebration of music on a global scale.
This is Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders. Hear me every Monday night on Let's Go at 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
And at the end of the day, you know, he's on the opposite side of the ball. So we got to compete against him, and you know, we got to win against him. But you know, afterwards, it definitely will be, you know, good to, you know, talk to him again and just chop it up.
That's Justin Jefferson talking about Kirk Cousins. Vikings football Sunday continues. You know, nothing says Minnesota like hitting one of our 10,000 lakes. And the best way to do that is with the incomparable Bennington pontoon. Polaris, think outside. Inside is where we are here in the booth at U.S. Bank Stadium. Myself, Pete Bursich, who is not only the analyst, former linebacker, coach, Fox 9, KFAN. He does it all. Pete, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. It's good to say we're in all purple today, so that should be that's interesting. It's different, right?
Okay, you hear from Justin Jefferson talking about Kirk Cousins there, but Justin Jefferson, he's just 63 yards from hitting 7,000 career receiving yards. He would be the first player in NFL history to achieve the feat in his first 5 seasons in the league, and a lot of that was with Kirk first and now Sam Darnold.
Yeah, you know, and I think he acknowledges that. But I also think he's very happy where he is now, right? I mean, if you asked him at this moment today, who would you pick and who would you want throwing the football to you? I think he's very happy with the situation and where it stands. There's no question that Kirk helped him as a young player, and to get the number, he wouldn't have been able to get the numbers that he did had he not had someone like Kirk throwing him the football, who had faith in him, and who could, you know, if the game turns into, we've seen it a million times. The games, if it's a 7-on-7 game and you're not rushing the quarterback, Kirk can tear you apart, and he and JJ tore up a lot of defenses back in the day.
We always love this. It's very cliche, and you know, especially when you're doing a pregame or whatever. But the chess match between Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores and Kirk Cousins, because they know each other so well. But these are two different quarterback and also a different defense.
Yeah,
really.
And let me say this too. You know, you talk about the chess match. In training camp, it's your defense against our offense, right? So you get to learn them a little bit. But once the season kicks in, our offense never takes the field unless because it's always scripted, right? You're always looking at a mock-up of the defense that you're going to play. And when the defense is on the field, the offense is doing their own thing. So he may know the defense, but not as well as you would think, right? He's not sitting in the defensive meetings. You know, he's not out there going against the Vikings defense every single week. So, you know, he knows of the defense, but you're right. It's changed quite a bit from a year ago. We were a lot more, you know, cover zero and did different things. This year, we're just a little bit different. We continue to evolve. And, it's going to come down to certain guys up front just winning their one-on-one battles. And we know if you can get people in Cousins' face, get him on it, get people where he can't step up or feel uncomfortable, he's going to eventually throw you the football or be inaccurate. And with Cousins, one other thing we know is that he's not going to move around much.
And you talk about the Vikings defense there. Fabian Moreau in for Stephon Gilmore, who is out again this week. Last week versus the Cards, absolutely picked on. Is that more of just not enough reps and then has to hop in, or how do they help him out here today?
I don't know if he was necessarily picked on. I think, the touchdown that was given up or the pass interference that he had, he was covering from a place of disadvantage. Whenever you see a corner who's outside shade having to cover a post route, he should have help somewhere in the middle of the field. So I don't know exactly what happened there, but I wouldn't necessarily put it on Fabian Moreau. I don't think he's necessarily a weak spot per se. But, between Darnell Mooney and Drake London, Cousins can do that. He has that ability. And, whether or not he'll be able to get that done today, we'll see. But I'm not too worried about, Stephon Gilmore being out.
Are you placing a big game on, like, Jonathan Grenard, named the NFC Defensive Player of the Week? 10 sacks, 14 TFLs, 15 quarterback hits. He puts on a lot of pressure, and between he and Van Ginkel, are they on a big game today going up against Kirk Cousins?
Well, what we need out of him is a great day against the run, and Grenard has played the run very well all year. Van Ginkel, the same thing. Is this is an outside zone team. Bijan Robinson's a very, very good running back. They need to run the ball to settle down Kirk. And because it's such an outside zone style of running game, our outside linebackers have to play well. So I'm not worried about the sack department per se. I'm worried about Jonathan Grenard, Van Ginkel against the run. They've played it well all year. I don't think today will be anything different, but that's going to be key.
All right, Pete, you're the best. Thanks, buddy.
You're the best, Mus.
Yeah, Pete Bursich there, the analyst. And you can hear it in his voice. He really means that. Hey, Fox 9 is local, and you can stream Fox 9 anytime from any city on the Fox Local app. app. This is super easy. You can put it right on your TV. All you have to do is just download it, and then boom, you're set and ready to go, and you can follow your Minnesota Vikings and also local news with Fox Local and the mobile app. Vikings Football Sunday continues. Vikes versus Falcons. The boom coming up here at noon. And coming up next, Pete Bursich, Skull Stories with Andrew Sendejo. That's next on the Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
Go ahead, eat the Land O'Lakes butter and cheese, because when you spread that butter to every corner of your bread and sprinkle that cheese over everything, you're spreading goodness to our farmer owners and their communities. So don't hold back. Go ahead, eat the Land O'Lakes cheese. Eat the Land O'Lakes butter. Savor every moment of it. Eat it like you own it, because 1,000 of our farmer owners do. As a hometown Minnesota company, Land O'Lakes is a proud sponsor of the Vikings.
From coin flip to final whistle, show your diehard passion for your Minnesota Vikings all season with your favorite purple and gold gear from Shields. Bring your best this year, whether you're cheering from US Bank Stadium or from your living room with your favorite jerseys, hats, collectibles, and Vikings branded gear from the Shields fan shop. Visit us at your local Shields or Shields.com and let's cheer on the Vikings. Shields, proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings and football fans everywhere.
Hey, Mark Rosen here. Let me tell you about a great way to stream all your Vikings coverage, shows, and analysis right on your big screen TV. It's Fox Local, a free streaming app where you can watch live shows of Vikings Game Day Live or Postgame Tonight, plus a ton of exclusive stories and features that only Fox 9 can provide. So search Fox Local on your streaming device, install, and stay connected to your Vikings and local news here in Minnesota with Fox Local.
If you're in the market for a used vehicle, click on CarswapUSA.com.
We offer easy financing, complimentary oil change, and if you need it, we can deliver it.
Speaking of CarswapUSA.com,
you can browse hundreds of vehicles from your home.
If you're ready to buy a premium, hand-picked, late model, low mileage used vehicle, then check out your options at
CarswapUSA.com. We deliver
whether you're buying or selling. Make CarSwap your first stop. CarSwap, a car for everyone.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Hey fans, Pilot Games has teamed up with the Minnesota Vikings to create the Vikings Victory electronic pull tab game. Play in more than 1,700 bars across the state and win up to $1,500 in the Skull bonus game. Pilot Games is the largest charitable gaming provider in the state. When you play Vikings Victory, your community wins. Play Vikings Victory today, anywhere Pilot's electronic pull tabs are offered. Visit pilotgames.com for more information.
Welcome back, Vikings Football Sunday. I must, and Vikings fans, get ready for kickoff like the broadcast team with a pothole pizza only from Quick Trip Meat Sweats, Vikings Pep Rally, and of course, Sausage Palooza. Grab a slice wherever you watch or listen to the game, and now available here at US Bank Stadium. It's time for Skull Stories. Pete Bursich had a chance to sit down and talk with Andrew Sendejo.
And then once you got here to Minnesota, you were part of a coaching staff with Zimmer and just the guys that were around you. Then listening to Xavier Rhodes and talking to Harrison Smith, you guys had a very unique group. It was a special group. What about that defensive backfield that you played with here in Minnesota was so special?
I think a lot of times it's just getting a lot of reps together and being around each other for a long time, and your personalities have to click. There's kind of a lot of things that go into really gelling as a secondary. The more you see offenses together and how they attack you in certain plays, you start to all think the same way. And so I think that was a big part of it. I think also, in the meetings, in the DB meetings, we all sat next to each other. So it was like me, Harrison, and Xavier was right on the other side. So we were kind of always there, always talking to each other, even within the meeting where you're kind of taking in information. You're also like having a side discussion on how you're going to approach how you're going to play certain plays, certain problem areas and things like that. Also, I just think that we, as the safeties, you're kind of quarterbacking and controlling things. And I think we just had a really good way of like getting to guys and communicating with guys and, everybody kind of keeping each other accountable. Some guys like Xavier can kind of get hot-headed at times. So I think having guys like Harry and I, we could like kind of calm him down and keep him in check was always good and can kind of like get the best out of him. But I think as far as like a secondary, when you really like gel together, is like I said, just you have a lot of reps together and you've seen so many plays together that you can almost kind of just communicate on the field just by looking at each other and like kind of giving a little head nod of like, hey, do you see what I'm saying? And then they look at you back and you both can kind of agree that you're kind of seeing the same thing. And so it kind of becomes this like Jedi level communication at a certain point. And that's when you're really clicking.
Again, we're talking with Andrew Sendejo, longtime Minnesota Viking. And in 2016, speaking of the Vikings, they gave you a 4-year contract and the full-time starting role. Was that kind of a validation moment for you to recall that, to say, man, I mean, my long road to get to this point has honestly just been validated. All the grind and the hard work you put through.
Yeah, I mean, it did validate a little bit, but then they also that offseason brought in like first-round veteran Mike Griff, who's a UT guy, Austin guy. So I see him every now and then down in Texas, but it was kind of like, it was an interesting kind of
dynamic.
I don't know, like move where, it was like, okay, well, we're bringing in this like certified first-round Pro Bowl like type player. So it was like, okay, maybe. So there was still competition even with the contract. So, I was fortunate to stay healthy, play well, and kind of like earn that spot. And I think the other part was just each season played better, had better numbers to where, kind of later in that contract, even though there's always competition in the NFL, you're kind of more of like slotted in that spot after that and not really like, it's not coming down to the last preseason game before they decide who's going to be the other starting safety besides Harrison. So it did feel good, obviously, like, being an undrafted guy and like playing on a minimal 1-year deal every single year to getting like a 4-year deal. It's kind of the objective financially as a NFL player or any pro athlete to get kind of that big contract. And so, for me, I was just, as an undrafted free agent guy that bounced around, I was just always happy to be there. I'd play whatever position they needed me to, special teams, defense, offense, kicker, I don't care. Like I loved the game. And so I just always played as hard as I could. Regardless of the money. And I would just always think back to when I played in the UFL, and I was like, shoot, I used to play for way less than this, and I would play just as hard. So, like, you kind of start to forget about the money at that point. You're just really just playing because you love to play.
That's Andrew Sendejo with Pete Bursich. Skull Stories. Vikings Football Sunday continues. You can join me along with a special guest, Brian Asamoah. We're going to be at Vikings Country on Tuesday, December 10th at 5:30 at Babe Sports Bar in Lakeville, presented by Miller Lite, the official beer sponsor of the Minnesota Vikings. Great prizes, including tickets in the Miller Lite Lounge right here at US Bank Stadium. Visit Vikings.com/Vikings Country for more info and a full schedule. Coming up next, we got Ben Lieber joining me. Ben thinks that TJ Hockenson should be on a big game. We'll find out exactly why. Plus, of course, we're going to talk Vikes versus Falcons. This is Vikings football.
If you want to win your fantasy football league, you need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
What a play!
From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. With expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk
of a setback.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
911, what is the emergency?
Here, around the clock. True crime.
This is Dateline.
New mysteries.
A mother vanishes just before Halloween.
New cases.
The bone-chilling case of the Menendez brothers.
New twists.
There was no way he was going to let this secret get out.
Who can you trust when everything you thought you knew is turned upside down?
People involved are in some pretty high positions.
Real people, real stories, real mysteries. Dateline 24/7. Channel 107 and on the SiriusXM app.
What grows in the forest? Trees? Sure. Know what else grows in the forest? Our imagination, our sense of wonder, and our family bonds grow too. Because when we disconnect from this and connect with this, we reconnect with each other and build family memories we will carry with us forever. The forest is closer than you think. Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. It's easy. Just put in your zip code to find family-friendly outdoor destinations near you. You'll also find guides to free activities, games, and amazing forest facts. Give the magic of the outdoors to your kids and reconnect with your family. Find a forest near you at discovertheforest.org. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hey everybody, it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. If you're a racing fan, Dirty Mo Media, they have the ultimate lineup for you, even in the off-season. From NASCAR drivers and crew members to industry insiders, we've got it all. Whether you're tuning in to Herman Schrader, Becoming Earnhardt Season 2, Door Bumper Clear, The Teardown, or even Speed Street for you IndyCar fans. We're covering every angle of motorsports in the off-season. Dirty Mo Media is your home for all things NASCAR now on the SiriusXM app and wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Bill Belichick. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go, 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Vikings Football Sunday on Must. Hey, Vikings fans, you could help families this holiday season by donating or ringing bells for the Salvation Army. Visit salvationarmynorth.org to learn more. And on the sideline throughout the game, brought to you by U.S. Bank, the official bank of the Minnesota Vikings, it's Ben Lieber. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Muss. You know, I don't do it very often, but I like it right before we go on. I like when I make you giggle. It makes me giggle.
Well, no. You're very funny, and I truly enjoy the times that we hang out, and even on Mondays with the Power Trip.
Yeah, it's always good times. I mean, we should just keep our mics hot all the time so that everybody can hear what we're talking about.
Right. Let people in on the inside. I love that. Yeah, the fourth wall. Let's bring it down. Here we go, Ben. As your former linebacker, KFAN, Fox 9, Twin Cities Live, you do it all. And one guy that you think is going to be able to do it, maybe all, is TJ Hockenson today.
Yeah, I really think having Josh Oliver back in the lineup is going to be big for him. I look at this second-level defense from the Atlanta Falcons, and I just don't trust that they're good enough against play action to really be effective. I think they're a little slow to retrace their steps, and if we can get the run game going and just kind of threaten them with that and then hit a lot of play action, I think that middle of the field, right where Hockenson sort of roams around, I think that's going to be wide open throughout the whole game. So I'm hoping Hockenson has 9 or 10 targets and he goes off today.
Yeah, it's surprising how we sit here now where the team is, and you're going, oh, thank goodness Josh Oliver is returning, because let's not forget he's got 19 receptions, 216 yards, 3 touchdowns, plus in that 12 personnel, man, that run game, he really helps out for the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, yeah, he's huge in the run game, and really it's just a personnel thing, too, because when you see both tight ends on the field, you know, every coordinator is like, what are we going to do? Are we going to go nickel? Are we going to go base to this? How are we going to defend this? And we can run smash mouth out of that. We can can use him in pass protection in the passing game, and then we've seen him sort of leak out from the line of scrimmage after that initial chip and just be this like nice little outlet for Sam. So I think he's a lot more of an important player than people realize.
Ben, as a defensive-minded guy like you are, Justin Jefferson, I mean, he's just breaking records all over the place. He's 63 yards away from 7,000. That'd be the first person to ever do that in the first 5 seasons. He's got another 1,000 yards this season, just breaking records. He's got the yak, everything. How do you defend this guy?
Well, I mean, a lot of teams the last couple weeks have done a pretty good job, you know. I think if you play that too high shell, and if nothing changes on our offense, you play that too high shell, the cover 2 look, and then you drop those second-level defenders much deeper on his side, then you take away a lot of those windows. I think as of last week against the Cardinals, you know, we got much better at doing that. If we can face a team, and this is a perfect matchup with the Falcons, they don't do a lot of pre-snap movement around. You know, they pretty much are what they are when you see them and you line up to the football. So if we can decide and decipher what zone they're in, what type of zone they're in, if they're in man coverage, and what type of man coverage, all pre-snap, well, it's really, really hard to stop Justin in those situations. A lot of defense has been confusing us because they roll late. They kind of make this late adjustment, a post-snap adjustment. These guys don't do that as much, so I'm hoping we can take advantage of that.
All right, Ben, great stuff as always. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, Moss.
Ben, Vikings Football Sunday continues with Ben Gessling from Star Tribune and StarTribune.com. He went down to Atlanta and talked with Cousins. We're going to get that detail coming up here in just a bit on the Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
Are you ready for some football? Well, you are now, thanks to Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Minnesota Vikings and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Vikings tickets. And even if your plans get broken up or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Vikings.
As a contractor installing windows, you deserve a simple choice. Anderson 400 Series windows. They're the cladwood windows contractors trust the most. So much so, they're the windows contractors trust for their own homes. And they even have fewer callbacks for extra peace of mind. When it comes to windows, the choice is simple. It's Anderson 400 Series windows. The windows contractors trust the most. Request a quote at AndersonWindows.com today.
Claims based on 2022 Anderson Brand Survey of U.S. contractors.
The Yaller Horn has spoken. It's saying, when the Vikings score, Vikings fans win. This season, if the Vikings score 2 or more touchdowns in a single game, you get a free Big Mac. That's right. When the Vikings score 2 or more touchdowns in a game, get a free Big Mac with a purchase of $2 or more. Only on the McDonald's app. Offer valid once per person the day after the Vikings score 2+ touchdowns through 1/31/2025 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen. That's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024 U.S. Bank.
Eagan, Minnesota is the proud home of the Minnesota Vikings, and it's also the ultimate destination for fantastic fun. Eagan features over 100 unique restaurants and amazing attractions, such as Twin Cities Premium Outlets and the Vikings Museum. And when you stay in any of Eagan's 18 incredible hotels Thursday through Sunday and pick your package, you'll receive 2 free tickets to the Vikings Museum. Other great offers are also available. For complete details, visit enjoyegan.com. That's enjoyegan.com.
Football Sunday on Must. The Health Report is brought to you by Twin Cities Orthopedics. TCO is the official sports medicine provider of your Minnesota Vikings. And the big one, there is a lot on the list going into this game that were all questionable, but it looks like everyone's going to play for your Minnesota Vikings except for Stephon Gilmore. He's out again this week with that hamstring. The Health Report brought to you by Twin Cities Orthopedics. TCO, the official sports medicine provider of the Minnesota Vikings. Trusted care, pro-approved. Enjoying me here in the booth. It is from Star Tribune, StarTribune.com. Ben Gessling, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, Muss. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fantastic. I heard that, and people can read about the fact that you actually went down to Atlanta.
I did.
And you went and had a chat with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I was down there for a couple of days and talked with him a little bit in the locker room and talked to a number of teammates, coaches, kind of just see how things are going for him down there. It was very interesting because a lot of the things that you hear about him, good and bad, were very similar to what you saw here. I mean, he has not changed very much as a quarterback. Still prepared, still very detailed, process-oriented, but he's in this spot, especially with that Achilles being as limiting as it seems to be, that a lot of the questions about his future are already coming up quite a bit, to the point where Raheem Morris had to say, no, he's still our guy this week. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes today.
Yeah, you know what? The Sam Darnold so far, and if you look at the matchup between these two in the last 3 games, Cousins 0 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Yeah. Darnold 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions.
Yeah, it has been interesting to see how much they've been able to move on from him, because that was the big question. Obviously, a lot of us were writing about, myself and many others writing about this offseason, is how are they going to move on from a quarterback that they've built this offense around. And they've shown they can do it pretty easily. I mean, I think Sam Darnold has probably exceeded a lot of expectations, maybe even their own internally, but it's quite an endorsement for what they've done with quarterbacks, and we'll see how it goes today. But I think this defense and Kirk Cousins in this building sets the Vikings up pretty nicely.
Awesome stuff as always, Ben. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Muss. Should be a fun one. Enjoy it.
Ben Gessling from Star Tribune and StarTribune.com here in Vikings Football Sunday. Still coming up on the way. Blake Cashman, an interview with Eric Nordquist. That's all coming up here next. This is Vikings Football.
Vikings fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SiriusXM app. Just search Minnesota Vikings on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra Vikings content, including coach and player press conferences, interviews, and much more. It's all on the SiriusXM app. Download it and search Minnesota Vikings today.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws and it's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? When floodwaters reach your door? When wildfires are engulfing the edge of your neighborhood? Or an earthquake is destroying buildings? When a tornado is tearing through town? Or a hurricane strikes? Or is the best time perhaps today? During a disaster, you may not be able to stay in touch with your family or friends as easily as you think. And it's not always as simple as using your cell phone. That's why now is the time to take action. Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Move to the
the sound of a global phenomenon.
Minnesota fans, hear what Coach O'Connell and the players have to say after each game on the Vikings channel. 820 on the SiriusXM app.
Welcome back to U.S. Bank Stadium. I'm Eric Nordquist with Vikings linebacker Blake Cashman. On a Sunday, how quickly does it take you, Blake, to get excited for game day at home?
I would say, right away. I mean, I was already thinking about the Falcons game last night, Monday night. But, once you start preparing and getting the game plan in on Wednesday, that's when your brain really starts to flip that switch.
Now, everybody here, fan base, myself included, I'm thinking about Kirk Cousins returning to U.S. Bank Stadium, 6 seasons with the Purple. You're one of the few guys on the Vikings roster that wasn't here last year, so not a lot of sentiment maybe for you personally, but you understand whether it's the fans and those, this reunion, we can hug later, but we want to get Kirk today, don't we?
Absolutely. Kirk's an outstanding quarterback, and, we have to come into it defensively with a great game plan, but, hey, it's war out there on Sundays, and all that buddy-buddy stuff can wait till after the game.
With Brian Flores' defense, it's whether it's turnovers early, it's turnovers late, it feels like even in the biggest moments of the game, we saw it last week, that patience sometimes is required because somebody on this team is going to make a play. Is that how you guys feel in moments? If we just stay the course, somebody's going to come up big?
Absolutely, and I think that's proven true throughout this season so far. I mean, we have such an exotic defense and offenses, based off how they're going to attack us. It puts different players in different positions into opportunities to make plays, and you just never know who's it going to be each week against each opponent. So everyone's got to stay ready and stay dialed in.
Now, I look at your teammate, and I know this is your job, but I'm thinking about this massive time of possession disparity, and I have to praise Jonathan Grenard coming up with a big moment against Kyler Murray last week against the Cardinals, and I'm thinking to myself, the amount of mental preparation, including the physical aspects of it, the ability to be just as good in the fourth quarter as you are in the first. It's so impressive.
Yeah, it is. And, JG's one of those guys that we expect to come up big in big moments and at the end of the game. But, that's what the NFL is all about. It's the teams that are able to start fast and finish strong are teams that usually end up winning games and having a lot of success because if you look at the statistics, most games do come down to a one-possession game. So you have to be on it and stay focused and be quick to make adjustments and be able to have a team that's smart enough and flexible enough to make those in-game adjustments so you are in a good position at the end of the game to finish it out and win.
I heard you earlier in the week at Shields talking during 9 to noon with PA, and it was kind of the idea of you staying in constant communication and contact with the offense. A lot of us, myself included, I'm thinking I see 2 different benches, I see 2 different groups, 2 different units, how symbiotic they are or aren't during the game, but we saw a moment where Sam Darnold needed to score points. He does it, and it sounds like you're in the mix as a teammate, as a leader of this team that's constantly keeping people in that mode, whether it's the defenses we talked about making a play, but Sam in the clutch with a couple of touchdown drives on Sunday, just staying together and how those 2 units work together.
I think that's really important. As a team, sometimes we're going to need the offense to pick up the defense to pick up the offense. That's just how the NFL works, how a long season goes. But, I think just encouragement, picking your teammates up, letting each other know I got your back is really important. And when you have a lot of trust and confidence in each other, I think that's when guys play free, they play fast, and they ultimately play well.
Last couple for you here, and then I'll let you go win a football game today. Last couple of weeks, whether it was Caleb Williams getting loose in the run game, Kyler Murray, you guys did a fantastic job for the most part containing him. But again, it's athletic quarterback versus pocket-contained passer. How much different is it different week to week when you're thinking about the athleticism of a guy that'll just get loose with his legs and maybe a guy that's going to try and win with his arm?
I'm very happy we don't have to play a very mobile quarterback this week. You know, it causes a lot of stress on a defense when you have to account for the quarterback in the run game and then even in the passing game because that might make you a little bit more one-dimensional because you can't go just straight man coverage because you still have to keep some eyes on him if he gets out of the pocket. So, you know, with a guy like Kirk, though, this is a defense he's seen, he's practiced against, he's going to be familiar with it. They're going to have a good game plan. I think this game's just going to come down to play style and execution.
That's Blake Cashman. I'm Eric Nordquist. The coach, Kevin O'Connell, joins PA next as we get nearer to kickoff. Vikings and Falcons on the Minnesota Vikings audio network, driven by Polaris.
Viking fans looking to upgrade your wardrobe? This local brand based in St. Paul will become your new go-to. Unreal is the premium athleisure brand that combines comfort, versatility, and style. Crafting elevated apparel that will take you from the office to the gym or the airport to the golf course. Wherever you go, they've got you covered. Shop now at Unreal.com and experience the difference yourself. That's UNRL.com. The best athleisure wear in the game.
Miller Lite is brewed with great taste and only great taste.
The Miller Brewing Company would like to issue a correction. Miller Lite is brewed to be less filling. What are you doing here?
Miller Lite tastes great.
Look, I'm just reading the script. It says less filling.
That's not what my script says.
Well, mine said.
We'd like to apologize for the previous announcers. Miller Lite is in fact less filling and tastes great. Time to shine, legal guy.
Celebrate responsibly. Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Beer. 96 calories and 3.2 grams carbs per 12 ounces. Fewer calories and carbs than premium regular beer.
Hey fans, Pilot Games has teamed up with the Minnesota Vikings to create the Vikings Victory electronic pull tab game. Play in more than 1,700 bars across the state and win up to $1,500 in the Skull bonus game. Pilot Games is the largest charitable gaming provider in the state. When you play Vikings Victory, your community wins. Play Vikings Victory today, anywhere Pilot's electronic pull tabs are offered. Visit pilotgames.com for more information.
Hey, Vikings fans, are you ready to grow your own Super Bowl team? GPAC has 34 years in the recruiting game, and we're here to help you source top talent across multiple industries nationwide. Don't wait on the sidelines. Visit gogpac.com today. That's GOGPAC.com. GPAC, your friends in South Dakota and proud supporters of the Minnesota Vikings, Skull Vikings, and Go GPAC.
The Minnesota Vikings count on knowledgeable coaches to bring out the best in their team. Your organization should count on Loeffler, the most knowledgeable office technology and services partner in the Midwest, to deliver innovative solutions and get the best results from your team. Loeffler operates and supports a full portfolio of solutions, including copiers and printers, managed print services, cloud-based and managed IT, phone systems, and on-site managed services solutions. Loeffler is your most valuable partner for innovative business technology and services in the Upper Midwest.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
What's going on? Welcome back to U.S. Bank Stadium. It's Paul Allen with Minnesota Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell. The 10-2 Vikings take on the 6-6 Atlanta Falcons, and the head coach joins us now. With your offense, despite the vice teams generally clamp on Justin Jefferson, you guys lead the NFL with 45 completions of 20 yards or more. So Justin obviously playing into that, opening things for others would be a key, but what are some others?
Well, I think you look at the pass protection. When we're generating a lot of those plus 20 kind of completions, PA, you sometimes have to hold the ball a little bit off of play action, trying to manipulate coverages. It clearly gets some opportunities for Jordan Addison and TJ Hockenson, Jalen Naylor, Josh Oliver, but we also want to make sure 18 gets his touches too. Easier said than done sometimes, but there's always a way, and we're always going to exhaust every option until we can get that done, all while knowing that if he's not touching the ball, we better have a concept that expresses itself with one of those other guys having a great chance to move the football.
Despite some recent woes for the Atlanta Falcons and their offense, Darnell Mooney and Drake London already have career highs in touchdowns. How do they like to run offense?
Yeah, you really have, Drake London, who went to Moore Park High School, right where I lived when I was in California coaching for the Rams. And I can remember hearing about him right when he was going to USC, a five-star football player, but he was an unbelievable basketball player. So when you see that big guy, he's 6'4", 6'5", whatever he is, jumping, picking the ball off, right off the top of the backboard, we've got to get connected to him in coverage. We've got to do a great job playing the hands, because Kirk's going to try to give him some opportunities on some opportunity balls, and we can't let it happen. And then with Mooney, I think he's one of the more underrated receivers in the NFL. I always have, even going back to when he was in Chicago. Really good route runner, good after the catch, dynamic change of direction guy with still some vertical juice to get over the top of your defense. So two guys right there, we got to know where they are at all times, and knowing it all starts with Bijan and really start to pick up momentum as the day goes on. Hopefully Vikings fans here, it sounds like they're ready to go. But as we kick this thing off after the boom, as you like to call it, we're going to need this place to be loud and crazy all day long. Playoff atmosphere is what we're looking for, and that's what we're going to try to play, our best type of game we've played all season long.
And Cousins leads the NFL with 15 giveaways overall. Last one. Undrafted edge Gabriel Murphy makes his debut today. He was injured in August, returned in late November, and he makes his debut today. I know you've liked him all the way back to training camp. What do you expect from Murphy today?
Yeah, I think he'll get in there on, potentially some early downs, being an edge setter, bringing some physicality in the run game. But PA, I would not be surprised if you're calling his name on a sack or a pressure on Cousins. This guy can beat one-on-ones inside. He can beat one-on-ones outside. One of those true great stories. We had Ivan Pace a year ago, and really Gabe Murphy was kind of that version, along with Bo Richter and Dwight McGlothern, and these guys that are making our team better despite not being draft picks, maybe not having that clean path to the NFL of being drafted like other guys, but sure did we feel the impact of those guys. And Gabe Murphy, cannot wait to watch him play today. I think Vikings fans are going to like what they see out of Gabe.
And Dwight McGlothern's nickname is Nudie, and Kevin's team is looking to undress the Atlanta Falcons today and get victory number 10. Have fun and good luck, okay?
Thanks, PA.
Boom! Against Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons is around the corner on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Visit ChevyDealOnline.com.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
As a leader in innovative ingredient solutions, Sam Nutrition offers a unique personal touch that only a family-owned business can provide. As your trusted partner in animal nutrition, we source the highest quality ingredients, ensuring you achieve optimal results. Discover how our family values drive us to connect industries and unlock peak performance across your entire operation with Sam Nutrition. Learn more by visiting samnutrition.com. Sam Nutrition, high performance, reasonable price. A proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
Showtime, baby. You know what's going on. Let's go, Vikings. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Minnesota Vikings football is on the air all across the Minnesota Vikings radio network. Vikings football is proudly presented by the following broadcast partners: Vizzy Hard Seltzer, your local Northland Ford dealers, Polaris, and by Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. Vikings football is also brought to you by the following.
This is Peter King. Hear me all season long, every Monday night on Let's Go at 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Minnesota fans, hear what Coach O'Connell and the players have to say after each game on the Vikings channel. 820 on the SiriusXM app.
The purple look to clip those dirty birds. Now, let's go live to U.S. Bank Stadium to three guys who deliver in prime time. Along with former Vikings Pete Bursich and Ben Lieber, here with the call of today's game, the voice of the Vikings, Paul Allen.
Yo, what's going on? And welcome to U.S. Bank Stadium. This is Minnesota Vikings football, 10-2 Vikes against the 6-6 Atlanta Falcons. And indeed, with Ben Lieber and Pete Bursich, I'm Paul Allen. On-site producer, Chad Abbott. Engineer, Jared Wells. Statistician and a spotter is David Koob. Mike Mussman at Scoreboard Central. Zach Halverson is the Master Control Supervisor. Kevin O'Connell is head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. With that victory against the Arizona Cardinals, Kevin became the fastest Vikings head coach to 30 victories in team history. In fact, under O'Connell's leadership, the Vikings are 24-9 in one-possession games. That's top 3 all-time for head coaches who have coached at least 25 games. And, of course, Kevin was offensive coordinator for the 2021 LA Rams, Super Bowl champions. Across the field, Raheem Morris, head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. He's in his first year. He was the defensive coordinator for the Atlanta Falcons in 2021. Make that for the LA Rams in 2021. That Super Bowl winning year. So wits will be matched today on many levels as the Atlanta Falcons won the toss and elected to take the ball first. Will Reichert out 4 with a quad injury. He's back. We thank Parker Romo for his contributions. Likewise for long snapper Jake McQuaid. Andrew DePaul is back. And the Vikings will be kicking to the west side of U.S. Bank Stadium and looking to win for a consecutive time. In fact, the Vikings can clinch a playoff berth today if they beat the Atlanta Falcons and Seattle and Buffalo win later. Here we go, and boom! The Cousins game is finally here on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network.
We'll start the drive, first down and 10 at the 30. At quarterback, number 18, Kirk Cousins.
What do you hear, Pete?
Hey, just kind of a mixed review. I mean, yeah, I think everybody loves Kirk, but he's the enemy today, so you got to boo him. Let's go.
Kirk Cousins, 6 years with the Minnesota Vikings. He's under center for the 6-6 Falcons, 1st and 10, and he'll toss to Bijan Robinson, who bends it back up the middle and has room across the 35 to the 40, hit hard after a 12-yard run, and that's a first down for the Falcons now. Kirk Cousins with the Minnesota Vikings. He had 50 wins, 3rd best all time, 171 touchdowns, 2nd best all time, 67.9 completion percentage. That's the best in the history of Minnesota Vikings football. With these birds, 17 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, most in the NFL. Kirk has 0 touchdowns and 6 picks his last 3 games. He wears number 18. And out of the pistol formation on first down, goes right back to Bijan Robinson to the right side, and Jonathan Bullard wraps him up after a 2-yard gain. Peters, 2nd and 8.
I think that's very smart for the Falcons to do, is run this football early. I think we're going to see a lot of Bijan Robinson, and again with Kirk, just like years and years ago, when he play fakes and turns his back on the defense, hold your breath, because that's when he's going to take his shot down the field. So I'm not surprised at all with them coming out and trying to run the football early.
Kirk Cousins threw 4 interceptions last game against the Chargers, including a pick 6. 2nd and 8 from his own 44, empty backfield, 5 receivers, pass left, incomplete. It was dropped by Ray McLeod, the former 49er. So now 3rd and 8 from the Falcons 44. First possession of the game. Into the game for the Vikings comes undrafted linebacker Gabriel Murphy. He was hurt in August, put on IR, returned late November. He's making his debut. Patrick Jones is out today.
And this is a perfect position for the Vikings defense. 3rd and long. Make Kirk feel the pressure and make him throw the check down.
Cousins goes out of the shotgun, puts speedy tight end Kyle Pitts in motion to the left, 4 on the play clock. Bijan Robinson to the right of Cousins, facing a blitz, 3rd down. Fires over the middle, and it's caught. Darnell Mooney at the Vikings' 28-yard line. And the former Bear catches a pass from the former Viking and makes the purple pay. That's 27 to the good. First down at the Vikings' 28.
And, Paul, that's an all-out blitz right there. We had no deep free safety, but so credit the offensive line of Atlanta for blocking that thing up and giving Kirk time. And we all know when Kirk has time, he can get that football down the field.
3 receivers to the left, 1 right, first down, 1st and 10 from the Vikings' 28. Tight end Ross Dwelly in motion, heads to the backfield, handoff Bijan Robinson. He shakes a tackle in the backfield, but he cannot get away from Blake Cashman, who brings him down. It'll be a TFL of 4. 2nd and 14. Here comes Ben Lieber with the U.S. Bank sideline update.
Well, we know Kirk Cousins is awfully good, and you give him a little bit of time, and he's even deadlier. So we had a single safety high that was Cam Bynum on that last 27-yarder to Mooney, and all he did was, on the snap of the football, he just immediately looked to the left, which there was 3 receivers, a single side to the right, a single receiver to the right side. He pulled Cam away with his eyes looking left, snaps his eyes back to the right side, and is a deep shot down the field.
That's vintage Kirk right there. Good job, Ben. 2nd down, Cousins, shotgun, bullet over the middle, and it's caught by Drake London, who shakes the tackle at the 21, crosses the 20. They're in the red zone. It's a 16-yard hit and a first down. On the previous play, it was Jalen Redmond with the tackle for loss. We bring it up because my man's off a career-high 4 tackles and 2 tackles for loss and getting a game ball against the Arizona Cardinals. First down for these birds. Pete, they're moving the ball.
Yeah, nice job by Bijan Robinson on pass protection, stepping up and taking on Blake Cashman. That gave Cousins time and room to throw in the middle of the field.
Kirk Cousins goes under center. That's infrequent with this Zach Robinson-led Atlanta offense. Cousins will toss it to Bijan Robinson to the right side. He has nowhere to go. Dallas Turner captures him at the line of scrimmage. That's Dallas's first tackle in a month. It'll make it 2nd and 10.
And this is exactly where Jonathan Grenard, Paul, is so valuable. Everyone knows about him rushing the passer, coming in this game with 10 sacks, but he's so good against the run that he can just dominate a tight end. Throw 2 at him, it doesn't matter. Makes Bijan Robinson cut back into pursuit, and that's where the athlete Dallas Turner was there inside out for no gain. So keep Cousins in 2nd and 3rd and long.
8th play of a possession to start the game that's gone 53 yards. Cousins 2 of 3, 44 yards. Empty backfield shotgun. 3-man rush, screen right. Bijan Robinson catches it, stumbles, hit at the 15, falls ahead to the 14 for a gain of 3. So it's another 3rd down for the Atlanta Falcons on the opening possession of this game between the 10-2 Vikings and 6-6 Falcons. Atlanta 1 of 1 on 3rd down.
Yeah, great job by Jihad Ward. It was a double screen. They tried to set a whip screen up to the far side of the field, but actually came back to the near side. So Jihad Ward feeling the lineman. The lineman will take you to the ball. Did a great job and got out there in space to make a tackle.
Kirk Cousins, 1-1 lifetime against the Minnesota Vikings when he played for Washington. 3rd and 6 from the Vikings 13 scoreless. Cousins back to pass, loops it over the middle, one-handed catch by Ray McLeod at the 10, and he stopped at the 8. It's a gain of 5. They needed 6. So it's 4th and short inside the 10. And Raheem Morris, coach of the Atlanta Falcons, will keep the offense on the field. They'll go for it 4th and short. They convert 4th down 69% of the time, 4th best in the NFL. Quick snap, handoff Bijan, grinds up the middle, first down Atlanta. It's a 2-yard gain for Bijan Bijan Robinson. First and goal, Atlanta.
Yeah, nice job by our defensive front, and what Cousins did and what Raheem Morris did that was smart was, if you're going to go for it, get up there quickly. It didn't really give our defense a super amount of time to get set, and I think had they been set, we had a better chance of stopping that. But right now, it's first and goal from the 6 against these Atlanta Falcons.
And they got that first down against the top-ranked fourth down defense in the NFL. Pistol formation, Cousins in front of backup Tyler Algier. Charlie Warner, the former Niner, the tight end in motion, left back to the right hand off Algier. Up the middle, past the line of scrimmage into the end zone. Tyler Algier, touchdown. A 6-yard touchdown from Tyler Algier. Third year from BYU, and it's 6-0 Atlanta.
Well, it was a great job by Jonathan Bullard on the front side of that play to push Caleb McGarry into the backfield, but he just never got off the block, Paul. So he made Bijan Robinson cut it back, but he just didn't get off the block and get anything at all on the running back, and Bijan Robinson was able to get up to the second level. So kind of a disappointing opening drive for this defense.
Cousins dialed in, 4 of 5, 53 yards. Younghoe Koo for the extra point. Snap spot, and it's good on the Northland Ford dealer scoreboard. Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons go 11 plays, 70 yards, take 6 minutes, 2 seconds. They have a 7-0 lead, 8:58 to go in the first quarter, and this is Minnesota Vikings football.
I'm Bruce Murray.
And I'm Rich Gannon.
Join us Monday, noon Eastern time on the SiriusXM Blitz. We recap Week 14, including the Bills in pursuit of the 1 seed in the AFC. After visiting the Rams, Falcons with Kirk Cousins taking on his former team in Minnesota, and the Chargers and the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football.
Plus, we'll preview Monday Night Football between the Bengals and Cowboys and discuss all the other news around the National Football League.
So don't miss the SiriusXM Blitz with me and Rich Gannon, Monday, noon Eastern time on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, and by downloading the SiriusXM.
Football season is winding down, and it's time to put up or shut up. Whether you've clinched a playoff spot or have a must-win game this weekend, get the edge you need with Fantasy Sports Radio.
It's time to go ahead and start to look at the fantasy matchups for the fantasy playoffs and plan accordingly.
It's money time. Every decision is crucial. Every point is precious. You need our team of fantasy football experts now more than ever. Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app, where fantasy football championships are won.
Hey, this is Jeff Foxworthy.
Larry the Cable Guy here. Happy to bring you
Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup.
I can still tell you jokes of
This is Bill Belichick. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go, 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Hey, interested in getting on the water and enjoying the beautiful Minnesota lakes and rivers? Bennington, Godfrey, and Hurricane are the Polaris brands that can get you there. Polaris, think outside. Also, we're all hoping the Vikings defense triggers another BOGO ball today. If the Vikings intercept a pass during today's game, you can earn buy one, get one free from Caribou Coffee. The Atlanta Falcons, led by Kirk Cousins, march down the field, take a 7-0 lead. And here is the kick to Cam Akers, fielded far side of the field at the 3, to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. He's by the sideline, hit at the 25, and it's a 24-yard return for Cam Akers now. Cousins goes 4 of 5, 53 yards on that opening drive, gives the Birds a lead. Here comes Sam Darnold. who has gone 111 consecutive passes without an interception. 23 touchdowns and 10 interceptions on the season. Sacked 36 times, 5 times last game against Arizona. 36, the 5th most in the National Football League. Justin Jefferson to the left, looking for his first touchdown since October 20th versus the Detroit Lions. Darnold, shotgun, throws right, ball tipped at the line of scrimmage. It's 2nd and 10. Addison was the intended receiver, and Zach Harrison, second year from Ohio State, he was the one to knock it away, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, I think, we've seen a ton of that. I think you see more tip balls out of Sam Darnold, and it has something to do with the timing, but that's up to the offensive line to make sure those defensive linemen keep their hands down.
2nd and 10. Darnold goes under center. The center is Garrett Bradbury. Aaron Jones, the tailback. Addison in motion to the left. Handoff Jones, some room to the left side. He's able to get by David Onyemata at the 30, but he's hit and stopped after a run of 5. So that's going to make it 3rd and 5 from the Vikings 31. 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Atlanta leads 7-0.
Paul, one of the things I was looking for was to see what kind of front Atlanta was going to play, and they're playing a 4-man front back to Raheem Morris's days. They ran a 5-man front a week ago and only gave up 187 yards of offense. So a little bit of a front change for this team.
The Falcons with only 15 sacks this year, fewest in the NFL. Jefferson in motion to the right. On 3rd down, Darnold throws right, caught. Jordan Addison right in front of Raheem Morris, coach of the Atlanta Falcons at the 48. 16 to the good. 1st down, Minnesota.
Oh, there it is. This is from the near hash all the way to the far side of the field. Great coverage, and it's just getting the ball up to Jordan Addison. Man, does Darnold have an arm.
Jefferson and Naylor left, Addison and Hockenson right on 1st down, trailing 7-0. Toss right, Aaron Jones turns it up inside across the 50. He gets to the 40, jump cut to the 41, and finally stopped at the Atlanta 40-yard line. Aaron Jones with a Showtime-like run. It's 14 to the good and another 1st down.
Yeah, great job blocking on the front side by T.J. Hockenson and Brian O'Neill, and it's Aaron Jones' ability to get through that first arm tackle, Paul, and he breaks that first arm tackle and then able to move the chains.
Justin Jefferson, 63 yards from 7,000. He's wide right, Addison left. 2 tight ends, they're balanced. Oliver to the left of Munt. Handoff Aaron Jones. He jumps over Brian O'Neill, who fell, and Jones gets to the 37 for a run of 3. 2nd and 7, Ben Lieber.
Well, Pete was talking about the multiple fronts that Atlanta likes to run up front, and you are seeing multiple fronts just right there. They had a 5-man front, but what you are seeing as well is this is a secondary pre-snap that does not move around much, and I think that's actually going to benefit the Vikings in the long run. That pass to Jordan Addison, we knew they're in some sort of zone coverage. He snapped it around right as he came out of his break, and it was perfectly placed, but we're showing a lot of motion, and it's telling us a lot before pre-snap because they don't move.
Darnold play action. Oh, he's sacked back by the 50-yard line. Down goes Sam, sacked by Eddie Goldman. It's an 11-yard loss. Eddie Goldman with his first sack of the season, 7th year from Florida State. Yeah, that same Eddie Goldman who was a beast for the Chicago Bears. His last full sack took place in 2019 against Philadelphia because he retired in 2022, sat out 2023, and now he's back. Boy, is he back.
Yeah, he just gave the Olay to Garrett Bradbury, Paul. But when they go with that 5-man front, you got Onyemata, Goldman, Grady Jarrett. They got a good front 3.
Minnesota 1 of 1 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 18 from Atlanta's 48. Darnold deep drop. He's sacked again. He was sacked again, and this time taken down by Arnold Ebiketie, 3rd year from Penn State. He now has 4. So Atlanta came into the game with the fewest sacks of anybody in the NFL. They already have 2.
Yeah, that's just a speed move around Brian O'Neill. And for Ebiketie, that's his 3rd sack in the last 2 games. He had 2 last week against the Los Angeles Chargers, and the Vikings, man, moving the football. But you give up those sacks, you go backwards. Those are drive killers. The offensive line, both sacks are on the offensive line in this first drive.
Ryan Wright punting to Avery Williams. End-over-end production inside the 20. Williams eyeballs the coverage team, and here he comes from the 10 to the 15. Knocked out of bounds at the 18-yard line. A 45-yard punt, and quite effective by Ryan Wright. 5:01 to go in the first quarter. Atlanta 7, Minnesota 0 on the Northland Ford Dealer scoreboard, and the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
From the convenience stores in Cloquet to the supermarkets in St. Cloud, the Minnesota Lottery's Vikings scratch game is here. These are the concrete coliseums where we'll challenge chance and chase glory, where we'll gamely scratch and fearlessly scrape in pursuit of up to $100,000 in cash prizes. These are the stadiums where we come to play. Get in the game. Minnesota Lottery. I'm in. Must be 18 or older to play.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go a walk in the park with the new Ford Explorer. Become the MVP of the work site with the unrivaled performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America. Or discover what it really means to adventure in the great outdoors with a new Bronco Sport. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
Hey, so what's better than a Vikings win? Celebrating a Vikings win cruising around in a brand new Polaris Slingshot S or a Polaris snowmobile. So right now at Quick Trip, for every $1 you spend with Quick Rewards, you'll earn a Fan Zone point to spend in the Viking Zone. Then with your Quick Rewards app, spend points for your chance to win prizes throughout the season, like a Polaris Slingshot S. Nice. Kick off your winning season with Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings. See QuickTrip.com/fanzone for details.
When football season kicks off, everything else takes a back seat to sports convenience. That's sports convenience. Running errands, not sports convenient. Cooking dinner, not sports convenient. But shopping online is now extra sports convenient thanks to Pays, a fast online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. With Pays, there's no typing in card numbers, no apps to download, and cards stay in one place so you don't have to leave the couch. In the name of sports convenience, try Pays today. Learn more at PAZE.com.
Hey there, Quick Trip is giving away $100,000 in the Vikings opening kickoff. Purchase any Pothole Pizza or 20-ounce Pepsi or Mountain Dew product with Quick Rewards, and you're entered. One weekly winner automatically gets a $500 gift card, and if the Vikings return their opening kickoff for a touchdown that week, you'll be $100,000 richer. QuickTrip.com/sweepstakes for details. Kirk Cousins, 4 of 5, 53 yards, and a 7-0 lead. Hit as he throws, and he throws well over the middle, and it's caught by Darnell Mooney at the 40-yard line. Cousins, Mooney, 24, center of the field again, and it's a first down.
Yeah, it's really this double dagger route. They run Drake London across the middle of the field to eat up the safety, and right behind him is Darnell Mooney. And, you know, Cousins, we said it before, when he turns his back on the defense, he's going to throw the football down the field. And right now, this Atlanta Falcons offense and Kirk Cousins is just in a big rhythm.
Mooney, 2 catches, 52 yards. First down for Atlanta from its own 42. Cousins under center, hands it to Bijan Robinson. He slips a tackle in the backfield, then he runs into Harrison Smith and Blake Cashman. That'll be a gain of 3 for Robinson. Second year from Texas, first-round pick in 2023. 8 touchdowns, 1 via air. In his last game against the Chargers, 26 runs, 102 yards, and a touchdown. He has 3 games this year with at least 6 receptions. So Robinson, Pete, runs and catches.
Well, he's one of 2 running backs in the NFL alongside Alvin Kamara to be both top 10 in both rushing and receiving yards. So Bijan Robinson is very, very good.
Andrew Van Ginkel and Dallas Turner are the edges. Cousins hands it off to Robinson, who heads left. He bends it back to the center. He gets to the 49, hit and stopped by Van Ginkel et al. After a 5-yard gain. That'll make it 3rd and 2 for the Falcons.
Yeah, nice cutback by Bijan. And we knew it was going to be difficult for them to get that outside zone going when we have 2 outside linebackers who are always setting the edge. It's the cutback right now that we've been a little bit leaky on. But here's another big 3rd down situation. Atlanta will run the ball. 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3. So we'll see what they have cooked up for us.
Atlanta, 1 of 2 on third down. Cousins goes under center, 3rd and 2 from the 51st quarter. Dwelly in motion to the left, offset eye left. And they're going to hand it to the up back, and Tyler Algier goes barreling into Vikings territory for a 7-yard run and a first down on third down. Algier playing a major role early in this game. He has the only touchdown.
Yeah, they just get a nice little crease, in between the outside linebacker and, up front with Jalen Redmond. They kind of block one down and kick out, and you get Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson in the backfield quite a bit. This time it was just like a fullback dive.
First down, Algier the tailback, Cousins under center, Drake London stands a catch in motion to the left. Handoff Algier, Jerry Tillery jumps him at the point of attack, and then he's able to lunge ahead to the 38. That ended up being a run of 5 by Tyler Algier with 2 minutes and counting to go in the first quarter. 2nd and 5 for Atlanta with a 7-0 lead. Same thing's happening as last week, Pete. They have nearly 9 minutes time of possession. Yeah. We have like 3 and change.
Well, again, the crazy thing is coming into this game, only 2 of their 47 possessions were of 6 minutes or longer.
Yeah.
And then they come out and hang a 6 minute and 2 second drive for a touchdown. So, yeah, they're figuring themselves out as they go too, and the running game's becoming a bigger part.
2nd down, Cousins hit hard, throws right, incomplete. He was smacked by a blitzing rookie, Dallas Turner, and the ball was knocked away at the line of scrimmage, so now it's 3rd and 5 for an Atlanta Falcons offense, which is number 1 in the NFL at the fewest 3 and outs. We can kind of see why with the way they're operating today.
Wow, Dallas Turner, Paul, he was playing the run, and when he put it into the gear, it was like he was shot out of a cannon. And he got there and put a huge hit on Cousins. So I'll trade a first down for a headache early in the game like this, but that hit was hugely important.
Cousins 5 of 7, 77 yards. Falcons 2 of 3 on third down. Ray McLeod in motion to the left. 3 receivers left, 1 right, 3rd and 5. Kirk back to pass. He's pressured, and the ball's knocked away by Blake Cashman. Cousins looked to pass over the middle, and Blake Cashman came up like money and knocked it away. Cousins went walking to the sideline. Raheem Morris said, nah, go ahead and stay out there. The ball's at the Vikings 38. Falcons are 1 of 1 on 4th down. This could be the old okey-doke trying to get them to jump.
Yeah.
But at 6 and 6, the way they've been playing, you can tell Morris is trying to put fire in these guys.
Yeah, Young-Ho Koo missed an opening field goal last week, so I don't know if they just lost some confidence in him or what.
4th and 5 from the Vikings 38. 7-0 Atlanta first quarter. 4 on the play clock. Kirk's trying to get him to jump. Nope, takes the snap. On 4th down. Back to pass. Throws right. Incomplete. And the Minnesota Vikings turn over Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons on downs. Shaq Griffin, who won the game against the Arizona Cardinals last week, knocked it away, and we pause. 7-0 Atlanta. 1.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Vikings ball when we return. It's Minnesota Vikings football.
We bring the boom!
Vikings fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SiriusXM app. Just search Minnesota Vikings on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra Vikings content, including coach and player press conferences, interviews, and much more.
It's all on the SiriusXM app.
Download it and search Minnesota Vikings today.
The LA Galaxy have won their record-extending 6th MLS Cup, and you heard it here on SiriusXM FC.
LA Galaxy are back where they feel they belong. MLS Cup 2024 champions.
For in-depth coverage of the 2025 MLS season, plus live talk shows and play-by-play from the Premier League, UEFA Champions League, and more, keep it tuned to SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
Justin Herbert and the Los Angeles Chargers.
Herbert takes a shot. Disley caught. Touchdown!
Take on Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Mahomes looks to throw it. Pump faking. Right side. He wants it. A comeback cut. It is caught by Kelsey. Touchdown!
Kickoff is tonight at 8:20 Eastern. Catch the national broadcast on NFL Radio Channel 88. The Chargers call on Sirius 81 XM 226. Or the Chiefs call on Sirius 85 XM 225 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
Minnesota fans, hear what Coach O'Connell and the players have to say after each game on the Vikings channel. 8:20 on the SiriusXM app.
Sports Central
is brought to you by U.S. Bank, the official bank of the Minnesota Vikings. Mayfield, a couple of touchdowns, one to McMillan, another one to White, and the Bucs are up over the Raiders. 14 rip, and Etienne, a 2-yard touchdown. Fins over the Jets, 6-3. Now back to PA.
All right, Moss, 7-0 Atlanta, 1:28 to go in the first quarter. Vikings offense take 2. Darnold already sacked twice. Josh Oliver, welcome back in motion to the left. Darnold is going to swing it right. Aaron Jones to the 35 outside the numbers 40. Holy cow, he's fast. 45-50, taken down at the Falcons 49. And like a shot, Aaron Jones with a 15-yard run and a first down.
Yeah, that's just like the outside run. Instead of a handoff, you're getting a quick throw to the outside, and what you're doing is you're widening the field, and it doesn't allow Zach Harrison, the defensive end, to have any chance of getting out there. So brilliant play call. Like I said, that's more of a run than it is a throw.
Jefferson wide left, Addison right, first down, offset eye right behind Kirk, behind Sam Darnold. It's Ham in front of Jones. Play action off that from under center. Sam, he's going to loft one up deep to Addison, who stopped, caught it, and now touchdown! A 49-yard touchdown for Jordan Addison, and the Vikings are trailing 7-6.
Yeah, the ball was a little bit underthrown as Dalton Reisner was giving up a little bit of pressure, and Jordan Addison, Paul, keeps his eyes on the football, right? That's what he does. Mike Hughes is covering him, but Mike Hughes is kind of going where he expects the ball to be thrown, whereas Addison's going, no, I'm going to where the ball is being thrown, and cuts back, scores the touchdown. So huge play to Addison.
Will Reichert with an extra point try. Welcome back, Will. He's now 24 of 24 on extra points. And Darnold's 24th touchdown pass, 6th touchdown this season for Jordan Addison. Evens the contest at 7 with 37 seconds to go in the first quarter for Minneapolis on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go a walk in the park with the new Ford Explorer. Become the MVP of the work site with the unrivaled performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America. Or discover what it really means to adventure in the great outdoors with the new Bronco Sport. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
Hey, Mark Rosen here. Let me tell you about a great way to stream all your Vikings coverage, shows, and analysis right on your big screen TV. It's Fox Local, a free streaming app where you can watch live shows of Vikings Game Day Live or Postgame Tonight, plus a ton of exclusive stories and features that only Fox 9 can provide. So search Fox Local on your streaming device, install, and stay connected to your Vikings and local news here in Minnesota with Fox Local.
Hey, friends with food allergies. Life is about to get way easier. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look, let's not argue. You've got enough stress. Just remember this name. Liam's. Liam's. Lee to the ums. As in Liam's frozen entrees that are free of the top 9 allergens. What? Gluten-free, too. Delicious, nutritious, ready in minutes, safe meals for you, your kids, and even those adorable people who can eat whatever they want. Liam's rocks. To find which grocer's freezers are cool enough to stock Liam's, head to saferplate.com.
For Minnesotans, the outdoors is home. Nobody gives you more ways to get there than Polaris. From Indian motorcycles and Ranger side-by-sides to Indy snowmobiles and Bennington pontoons, we bring Minnesota's best to every season. Our wooded trails, twisted highways, and the rugged shores of all 10,000 lakes are an invitation. A chance to let what's outside challenge what's inside you. Polaris. Think outside. A proud partner of your Minnesota Vikings.
back to US Bank Stadium. After that opening drive by the Atlanta Falcons, they had all the momentum in this game, and how quickly it has shifted. The defense gets a turnover on downs after a Dallas Turner hit, and then a Blake Cashman on an inside stunt knocks the ball down. We get the 4th down stop, and then we go right down the field on a 49-yard great adjustment play by Jordan Addison to score for the Minnesota Vikings. It is tied 7-7, and guys, we have all the momentum right now.
Boom! There's Riker's kick over the head of the retriever, and it's a touchback after the Vikings go 2 plays, 62 yards, 51 seconds off the clock. There was a 4th down stop and a turnover on possession that gave the ball to the Vikings from pretty good field position. Then Darnold, 49 to Addison, and we're tied at 7. Here comes Cousins, 5 of 9, 77 yards. Bijan Robinson, 7 runs, 19 yards, and he's the tailback. It's a toss left to the second-year guy from Texas, and he heads outside the numbers across the 30, drags Jalen Redmond and Cam Bynum past the 35. That's a run of 8 for Robinson, 2nd and 2.
Now, they ran it exactly the opposite from a blitzing Josh Metellus, so they hit the right play at the right time. And that's kind of how, we feel those things out, right? That's what Brian Flores does. He likes to blitz and loop depending on which side he thinks the run's going to go to.
7 seconds to go in the first quarter. 2nd and 1 for Atlanta. Ray McLeod in motion to the left, and that's the end of the first quarter. A Tyler Algier rushing touchdown and a Darnold touchdown pass to Jordan Addison means it's 7-7 into the second quarter from US Bank Stadium on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Visit ChevyDealOnline.com.
You're listening to Vikings football.
Sometimes you only get one look at greatness.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray.
Just 3 wins so far for the Patriots. What's your feelings?
Yeah, just haven't done enough to win very many games. It's hard to see them, going through that type of season. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, just feel bad for a lot of those guys. It's the National Football League. It's very competitive. You got to find a way to stand up to the competition. That's a challenge for every team.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
This is Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders. Hear me every Monday night on Let's Go at 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
There is a new way to stream your Vikings coverage, shows, and insight right on your big screen TV. It's Fox Local. Fox Local. Get connected with Fox Local. 7-7 into the second quarter. Kirk Cousins under center. 2nd and 1 from his own 39-yard line. Toss right. Bijan Robinson looking for a block from Kyle Pitts on Dallas Turner and didn't get it. Funneled Robinson to the inside, and he'll fall ahead for 2. That's going to be good enough for a first down for the Atlanta Falcons, or are they still shy? It's a first down.
It's first down. And Ben Lieber brought up a great point during the break. They're running the ball outside. They're trying to find Dallas Turner, Paul, and try to attack that edge with Van Ginkel getting a rest on the sidelines. I think they're staying away from Grenard and going after Dallas Turner.
Well, Kyle Pitts may be able to catch a run, but blocking is not his forte. 1st and 10, pistol formation, short shotgun for Cousins in front of Robinson. They're going to stretch it outside to Bijan, breaks the tackle, heads left to the 45, drags a Viking to the 50, and he's taken down at the 47-yard line. Joshua Metellus, like a jockey, just got a ride from that horse, Bijan Robinson. 13-yard gain, first down.
Yeah, Harrison Phillips has to do a better job of holding the point. He's getting pushed back behind the line of scrimmage. And once you get, that's the whole part of the zone, is if you can play on their side of the line of scrimmage, the running back can only run laterally. They can't turn and get downhill, and we're just not getting enough penetration up front.
10 runs, 42 yards for Bijan Robinson. Darnell Mooney with a couple of catches for 52 yards in motion to the right. Cousins from under center, play action, pumps to the right, doesn't like it. Now he throws an interception. It's picked off by Joshua Metellus, and the Vikings have turned over Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons for Kirk. His 14th interception, most in the NFL for Kirk. His 16th giveaway, also most in the National Football League. And for Metellus, his 2nd interception this year. We pause. Game tied at 7. 13 and a half minutes to go in the first half. And this is Minnesota Vikings football.
Vikings fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SiriusXM app. Just search Minnesota Vikings on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra Vikings content, including coach and player press conferences, interviews, and much more. It's all on the SiriusXM app. Download it and search Minnesota Vikings today.
To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go. Let's bring the energy.
Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio, Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Believe your ears. The Christmas season has unofficially begun.
Ryan, and guess what? I've got my own channel, Conan O'Brien Radio, here on SiriusXM. Tune in to channel 104 for exclusive interviews with your favorite celebrities, hilarious moments from all my TV shows, showcasing some of the most absurd and hilarious moments from my decades on television, and episodes from Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend podcast and Andy Richter's weekly call-in show. Don't miss out. Conan O'Brien Radio, channel 104, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Minnesota fans, hear what Coach O'Connell and the players have to say after each game on the Vikings channel. 8:20 on the SiriusXM app.
By Metellus. Tomorrow, earn a buy one, get one free drink from Caribou Coffee. Visit Vikings.com/Caribou for more information. Secondly, Mr. Bursich, for Kirk Cousins, he has not thrown a touchdown pass since 10:23 to go in the third quarter versus the Dallas Cowboys. That was more than a month ago. He's gone 14 quarters with 0 touchdowns and 7 interceptions.
November 3rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir. High formation, game tied at 7. Handoff Jones, who's off to a fast start and has no fumbles. Heads to the right side. Luther Ellis' son, Caden Ellis, wraps him up, brings him down for a gain of 3, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, great job by the Vikings defense, Paul, in this respect, is that first series did not go the way you wanted it to. We blitzed a few times. We didn't get to Kirk. He made us pay. They get down, score. But since then, since that hit by Dallas Turner on Cousins, things have turned around a little bit. So hopefully that momentum stays in our offense right here. We put together a good drive.
High formation. Jefferson stands a catch in motion to the right. C.J. Ham in front of Aaron Jones. Darnold under center. 2nd and 7 from the Vikings 38. Darnold takes the snap, straight drop, he spins, sacked twice, throws left, incomplete. At the Falcons 41, Addison sitting there wide open. They couldn't connect, third down.
And that's going to be the way it goes, I think, all day, is that Atlanta is going to try to put pressure, whether it's a 5-man rush. In that case, its last play, it was a blitz. They'll vacate zones behind them in the secondary, and if we can protect Darnold and give him time, he will pick this Atlanta defense apart. We just have to protect better up front.
Vikings 1 of 2 on third down. Darnold 2 of 4, all 4 targets the way of Jordan Addison. He's out of the shotgun on 3rd and 7, game tied at 7. Back to pass, sacked twice already, gets away from number 3, runs out, he sprints, 35-40, left side, reaches for the first down. He's very close. Oh, that was a tenacious run by Sam Darnold. It was 3rd and 7. He's right at the first down marker. Looks like he might have missed it by a couple of feet at the 45. And Kevin O'Connell is deciding, despite it being about 3 feet, maybe a little more, discretion is the better part of valor. Here comes Ryan Wright.
Yeah, he did get that pylon down, but he had stepped out of bounds before he was able to knock down a pylon. So better job scrambling by Sam Darnold, but Paul, still a lot of pressure up the middle. You can see what the Falcons are trying to do. They're trying to get that gut pressure and get Darnold off of his game, right? Get him out on the outside.
Wright with 22 inside the 20 and 4 touchbacks, kicking it to Avery Williams. This is a booming kick by Wright. Holy cow. He mishit that by a mile. It landed 5 yards deep in the end zone for a touchback for the Atlanta Falcons. On the Northland Ford dealer scoreboard, we pause. 7-7, 11:45 to go in the first half. And this is Minnesota Vikings football.
Vikings fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SiriusXM app. Just search Minnesota Vikings on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra Vikings content, including coach and player press conferences, interviews, and much more. It's all on the SiriusXM app. Download it and search Minnesota Vikings today.
911, what is the emergency?
Here, around the clock.
True crime.
This is Dateline.
New mysteries.
A mother vanishes just before Halloween.
New cases.
The bone-chilling case of the Menendez brothers.
New twists.
There was no way he was going to let this secret get out.
Who can you trust when everything you thought you knew is turned upside down?
People involved are in some pretty high positions.
Real people. Real stories. Real mysteries. Dateline 24/7. Channel 107 and on the SiriusXM app.
The fantasy football season is winding down, and it's time to put up or shut up. Whether you've clinched a playoff spot or have a must-win game this weekend, get the edge you need with Fantasy Sports Radio.
It's time to go ahead and start to look at the fantasy matchups for the fantasy playoffs and plan accordingly.
It's money time. Every decision is crucial. Every point is precious. You need our team of fantasy football experts now more than ever. Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app, where fantasy football championships are won.
No one knows football like Howard Stern.
Every time I get excited about a team, they lose.
Hard-hitting analysis.
It's not like me to try anything athletic.
And detailed play-by-play of who scored last night.
Hi, this is Travis Kelce's agent. He's going to be bigger than The Rock. I'm not kidding.
Catch the Howard Stern Show.
Today is Fan Appreciation Day.
Live at 7 a.m. Eastern on Howard 100 and the SiriusXM app.
This is Peter King. Hear me all season long, every Monday night on Let's Go at 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Welcome back to US Bank Stadium. Still 7-7 Vikings Falcons. Guys, as the defense takes over the field again, the Atlanta Falcons already have 60 yards rushing on the ground, and we've talked about it a little bit, almost 5 yards a clip, and it's a lot of the perimeter cutback game. And what I've noticed is the backside guys in pursuit. They're trying to cross space, get to the football, trying to make a play on the front side. We're getting out of gaps on the backside, and they're cutting it back. We've got to be more disciplined on the backside of our defense.
Here comes Cousins, pistol formation, short shotgun in front of Tyler Algiers. And the backup running back heads to the left side across the line of scrimmage, hit at the 25, stopped after a run of 6 yards. So add 6 to what Ben just shared. That's interesting, too, because The Vikings have the number 1 rush defense in the NFL, 81.3 yards per game allowed. Arizona went for 154 and 5 yards a carry. That's the only team to average 5 yards per carry or more against Flores' defense this year. And the Falcons already have run for 66 yards. Second down, toss to Algier, who bends it back up the middle across the 25, hit at the 28, stopped at the 29. 3-yard run. He's a yard shy of the first down, 3rd and 1.
Yeah, and I think that's Raheem Morris in the part of the plan coming in here is sticking with the run. We talked about, they just don't produce a lot of long drives, and that's just because they don't stick with the run. The running game's solid, but they depend on the arm of Kirk Cousins, and on the road in this environment against this defense, they're really making a concerted effort.
Falcons 2 of 4 on 3rd down. Generally one of the worst teams in the NFL on 3rd down. In fact, 29th into the game. 3rd and short, handoff to the up-back Algier. And the tailback playing fullback plows up the middle following the left guard, Matthew Bergeron, for a gain of 2. And another Falcons first down.
Well, that's exactly what they want, is get that rhythm going, right? Move the chains, get themselves a fresh set of downs, even though they started on the 20-yard line. So the plan, I think, is a good one for them to say, hey, we're going to dedicate ourselves to running the football. Now, the Vikings know that running the ball at 4 or 5 yards a clip, offensive coordinators are going to lose patience, and they're going to start throwing the football again.
Atlanta 1-5 this year against teams with winning records. Game tied at 7. Toss right on first down. Bijan Robinson leaps over Andrew Van Ginkel, gets outside the numbers, but runs right into the awaiting arms of Cam Bynum and Blake Cashman. That'll be a gain of 1. 2nd and 9.
There's such a huge difference right now with Dallas Turner when he's out on the edge and Andrew Van Ginkel. And in that last play, Van Ginkel just made a pile, right? He made a pile right at the key spot where Bijan either had to cut it back into traffic or bounce it outside, but he just made that play go laterally, not north and south. So a masterful job by Van Ginkel in body position.
Cousins shotgun, Robinson to his left. 2 receivers left and right, 4-man rush. Kirk throws over the middle, and it is caught at the 45-yard line. It's caught by Charlie Warner. It is a 12-yard connection. Warner, 5th year from Georgia, unrestricted from San Francisco. He's going to roll his way to a first down for the Falcons in a game tied at 7 with 8:50 and counting to go in the first half.
Yeah, great job by Kirk as Jamin Davis was dropping out. He was showing blitz and dropping out, and Cousins really just threw that football where nobody was. If you blitz Cousins, you got to get there because he knows what to do with it.
Falcons have 10 first downs compared to 4 for Minnesota. 1st and 10 from the Atlanta 44. Cousins. Play action. Blitz is picked up. Play stopped. Flag early. Alex Kemp is our referee.
And we had a wide open Drake London running down the scene here.
Woo! Offense number 63. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Chris Lindstrom, right guard, 6th year from Boston College, 1st-round pick in 2019. Alex Kemp's staff calls the most holdings of any staff in the NFL. Of all 17 crews, they've called the 2nd most offensive holdings, 31, the most defensive holdings, 15, 9 holding calls on special teams. We had the Kemp crew week 1 at the Giants. There were 9 holding calls in the game, including 5 on the Vikings. 1st and 15 for Atlanta. Game tied at 7, 8 minutes and counting to go in the first half. Empty backfield. Kirk whips it out right. Caught. Bijan Robinson, the tailback's out wide, catches it and turns up the field outside the numbers for a 5-yard gain, and that'll make it 2nd and 10, middle of the second quarter.
That's what our defense, Paul, makes it so difficult on offenses, because in that last play, you had Harrison Smith lined up at corner, so you think that you're going to have a wide receiver blocking a corner, able to get the football out there quickly. But Harrison Smith does, he's a safety. He does a great job at the line of scrimmage and only allows that play to get a couple of yards. So us moving bodies around really causes problems for an offense.
Kirk Cousins yet to be sacked out of the shotgun. Game tied at 7. 4-man rush. Throws quick right. Caught. Ray McLeod at the 50 on Dallas Turner, and he'll plow and roll his way to the Vikings 47. That's a gain of 9, making it 3rd and 1 from the Vikings 47. We're tied at 7 with about 7 minutes to go in the first half.
Yeah, Ray McLeod is having one of his best years with Cousins, because Cousins is going to throw it to the guy who's open.
McLeod into the game, the most receptions of his career. Atlanta 3 of 5 on third down. Cousins back to pass. Hasn't been sacked until now. It's a sack by Jamin Davis, depending on the infraction. Here's Alex Kemp out. And remember, they call a lot of holdings. Let's see what Kemp has up his sleeve here. Jamin Davis.
Holding on Atlanta.
Holding. Offense number 70. Penalties declined. Fourth down.
Jake Matthews, the left tackle, and now Atlanta's punting for the first time.
There we go. We're starting to get to the edges. We've been sending our linebackers, Paul, up the middle, and Bijan Robinson has done a good job so far in blocking those guys, but we're wearing them out. Bijan getting a lot of carries, right? Now he's seeing linebackers blitzing his face all day. Starting to get to the edges and wear this offense down.
Bradley Pinion punting to Brandon Powell, and the game tied at 7. Pinion never has thrown a pass. We call a snap. Pinion's punt, end over end to the west side of U.S. Bank Stadium. Fair caught by Brandon Powell at the 12. Flag on the play. 41-yard boomer by Pinion, pending infraction. And Mr. Kemp will assess the damage.
Looks like encroachment on us. Offsides. I would assume they'll decline it because they got us pinned back so deeply. But we'll see.
Offside. Defense number 30. It's a 5-yard penalty. Replay fourth down.
So they're going to replay the punch. And that gives us time to remind you, football fans, meet Pays, a convenient new online checkout offered by bank and credit unions. Learn more at Pays.com. Also, we have the Friday football feast this Friday, Buffalo Wild Wings, Roseville. It's yours truly and Paul Charchian. 9 to noon, KFAN is presented by Coors Light. Visit Vikings.com/BWW for the full schedule and or details.
Oh, this could be a big deal here because they put their offense back on the field.
Right.
So that mistake by C.J. Ham could be a huge one if they convert.
It went from 4th and 7 to 4th and 2. Atlanta's 1 of 2 already this game on 4th down. It's 4th and 2 from the Vikings 48. 6.5 minutes to go in the first half. Game tied at 7. Cousins goes out of the shotgun. Kyle Pitts in motion to the left. Cousins with the okey-doke, trying to get him to jump. Didn't work.
Yeah, they figured why not? Why not give it a shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Delay of game, offense. 5-yard penalty, fourth down.
Unreal is back with its limited edition Vikings drop. Head to unrl.com for details. You were saying?
No, I'm just saying, why didn't Raheem Morris just decline it? Right?
Yeah, right, because he was inside the 15 after the first punt.
You had a great, exactly. You had a great punt. They were back, you get us backed up a little bit. Take that instead of, trying to draw a team off sides. Now, who knows? Now we got to make them pay. If we get this ball to the 30, that's momentum, baby.
Brandon Powell's only punt return touchdown of his career in this building, 2021, against the Vikings when he played for the Rams. Pinion's end-over-end production. Powell's going to let it bounce. Rolls inside the 5, into the end zone for a touchback. 6:17 to go in the first half. Game tied at 7 on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
From the convenience stores in Cloquet to the supermarkets in St. Cloud, the Minnesota Lottery's Vikings scratch game is here. These are the concrete coliseums where we'll challenge chance and chase glory, where we'll gamely scratch and fearlessly scrape in pursuit of up to $100,000 in cash prizes. These are the stadiums where we come to play. Get in the game. Minnesota Lottery. I'm in. Must be 18 or older to play.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go a walk in the park with the new Ford Explorer. Become the MVP of the work site with the unrivaled performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America. Or discover what it really means to adventure in the great outdoors with a new Bronco Sport. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products, we've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
Scoreboard Central.
Brought to you by U.S. Bank, the official bank of the Minnesota Vikings. Winston has thrown a touchdown. Browns are up over the Steelers, 7-3 in the Bucks and Raiders game. Baker Mayfield, a couple of touchdowns that he's thrown so far, and they are up. The Bucks 14-rip over the Raiders, and the Eagles are up 7-3 with Thielen with 3 receptions and 48 yards. Let's pause 10 seconds now for station identification. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
Interact with our stable of former players, coaches, and executives all day long on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
And with Ben Lieber and Pete Bursich, I'm Paul Allen. 6:17 to go in the first half. We're tied at 7. 10-2 Vikings. 6-6 Atlanta Falcons from U.S. Bank Stadium. Sam Darnold with 1 touchdown pass that went to Jordan Addison. Back to pass. He's been sacked twice. He sprints up the middle to the 20 and slides into the 24-yard line. That'll be a run of 4 for Sam. 2nd and 6.
Yeah, we have to do a better job, Paul, when they rush 5, getting somebody open. Right? They're going back with that 5-man front. They're checking out of it now, going back to a 4-3. But when you block that thing up, you've got to make them pay on the back end. And right there, they covered the routes very, very well. And there was really nothing there for Darnold.
Matthew Judon, the former Patriot and Raven in the game. He is the edge rusher right to the left of Sam Darnold. 2nd and 7 from the Vikings 23. Judon twists to the inside as Darnold goes back to pass. Gets away from a sack until Matthew Judon runs him down from behind. Matthew Judon with 3.5 sacks this season. And that's going to drive Sam back to the 16-yard line for a loss of 7, making it 3rd and 14.
Man, it looked to me like Caden Ellis got him in the face mask. And, again, you don't get that call. So I don't know how many times that call is going to be missed as he got hit in the face. Yeah, he got hit in the face mask again. It's been missed here. It's been missed all over the league.
Darnold sacked 3 times this game. 3rd and 13, goes back to pass. Fastball over the middle. Caught! He's JJ at the 37-yard line between the hash marks. First catch today for Justin Jefferson, goes for 20 yards, and it goes for a Minnesota Vikings first down.
Yeah, great job by this offensive front. And when they're rushing forward, they're giving us time. And Darnold just slides in the pocket, able to step up and seize the opening in the middle of the field against this Tampa 2 coverage. And JJ was right there.
1st and 10 from the Vikings 37. Darnold under center, goes play action, great pocket, deep shot. Addison, left side, caught, flag on the play. It's down to the 11-yard line. Jordan Addison is murdering these birds. He was fouled, and he caught the ball.
He's murdering Mike Hughes.
Yeah,
he's murdering Mike Hughes, Paul.
Pass interference. Defense number 21. Ball's placed in the spot on that foul. First down.
Yeah, he was not able to bring it in. Apologies there. But Hughes was on the wrong side of the touchdown that went for 49. Now he's on the wrong side of interference that goes for 47 yards. That's a 47-yard penalty, Pete.
Yeah, it's huge. And, you know, for Hughes, it's just they keep him on the wrong side. If he's going to be outside shade, he's got to have help from the inside. He's got to have help from some kind of safety, and they just left him out dangling in the wind.
Vikings first trip inside the red zone at 7-7, 4:25 to go in the first half. First down, Addison in motion to the left. He takes the call. Then he gives it to Naylor, who flips it to Darnold, who fires left to Addison, and after all that, it's going to be a loss of 4. Okay, it'll be 2nd and 14 from about the 20, maybe the 21. Let's reset that. Darnold took the snap, gave it to Addison. Addison flipped it to Naylor. Naylor flipped it to Darnold. Darnold threw it to Addison, and the whole thing didn't work.
Yeah, it looked like a Mike Tice special. Paul, we're in the presence of greatness right now. Former Vikings head coach Mike Tice in the booth. I mean, you know, I'd love to pick his brain and see what he's saying, because Mike's one of the greatest football minds I'd ever been around.
Former Falcons offensive line coach who actually had to use tight end Levine Toilolo at left tackle at TCF Bank Stadium. Darnold back to pass, 2nd and 14. Hit as he throws left, incomplete. So it's going to be 3rd and 14 from the 20. Darnold already sacked 3 times. That time was hit by Caden Ellis, who came surging in. So now 3rd and 15 from the 21, game tied at 7.
Yeah, Caden Ellis really just takes our running back and just dumps him, right? So, we got guys like Cam Akers and Aaron Jones. We're ready to see a lot of C.J. Ham in there for protection. That's what Caden Ellis is so good at. He's so good at pass rushing. They use him more as a defensive lineman, really, than a linebacker.
Minnesota 2 of 4 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 15 from the 21. Darnold facing a 4-man rush. Straight drop. Sam hit again as he throws. Incomplete. He was looking.
Now they're rolling in a fumble, which it's gonna be an incomplete pass.
Holy cow! Picking up the ball is a Falcon rolling down the field. Then he dropped it at about the 50-yard line, and the Falcons held on to it. It was Clark Phillips III, second year from Utah, who picked up what we thought was an incomplete pass.
It is. I mean, the ball's going forward. I hate the way the referees just swallow their whistle. Let this thing play out because they know if they rule it a turnover, it's going to get reviewed.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's
right.
On the hoof, it's as obvious of an incomplete pass as there been when a quarterback's rolling his arm and the ball is tipped. So get ready to the field goal attempt or figure out what you want to do on 4th down. But this drives me crazy.
Alex Kemp with an explanation.
And again, Brian O'Neill giving up pressure to
Ebiketie.
Yeah,
that Ebiketie's nice.
Yeah, he's just speed. He's
very fast.
Well, that's what I mean. And so so O'Neill's just got to watch his footwork and get lighter on his feet. This is absolutely an incomplete pass.
After review, it's an incomplete pass.
Yeah, no kidding.
Down.
Thank you.
The thing that bothers me about that, Paul, is how many times has Brian O'Neill hurt himself chasing down an interception?
Wow.
We got our offensive lineman running down the field.
The Achilles at Green Bay, you're right.
Exactly right. So, again, that drives me bananas that the referees just do that. They just swallow their whistle.
Please reset the game clock to 3:30.
And depend on the replay. And it's just not good. Anyway, whatever. I'll get off my soapbox.
That's okay. It's 7-7.
Drives me nuts.
3.5 minutes to go in the first half. Vikings get the ball to begin the second half. And here's Will Reichard's first field goal try in more than a month. It is a 39-yard try left hash to the east side of U.S. Bank Stadium. He's 14 of 16 on field goals. Ryan Wright holds for the Alabama rookie, Andrew DePaula. He's back. Snap spot. Right-footed kick is good. Lead over the Atlanta Falcons. And 6 plays, 59 yards. Took 2 minutes, 47 seconds. Field goals pending infraction. There is a flag on the field.
Holding. Defense number 93. That's a 5-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
Hey! How about that, everybody? That first down.
That's the difference, Paul. The holding is when you see it on the edges and kind of like a pass interference, those kinds of things. But an automatic first down on a defensive holding, wow. What a huge mistake by the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, we go from what we thought, well, I never thought it was, but a possible turnover to a field goal to now moving the chains and getting another set of downs.
Right.
This, again, we'll talk about momentum, home, get the crowd into it. I don't care how many plays it takes, but we put a touchdown on the board right here, Paul, and this Vikings team will have the momentum firmly in their grasp.
For Kemp and his staff, that's a, by far, league-high 10th holding call on special teams. Pistol formation, first down for the Vikings in serendipitous fashion. Game tied at 7. Darnold takes the snap, gives it to Cam Akers, tries the middle, bumps it out to the left, and runs into the awaiting arms of Lorenzo Carter, an edge guy, 7th year from Georgia. And it's going to be a tackle for loss of 1, so 2nd and 11 from the 17. About 3 minutes to go in the first half. Vikings get the ball to begin the second half. The Falcons won the toss and took the ball and went down the field and scored. Hereford. Atlanta has 3 timeouts remaining. So do the Vikings.
Yeah, we have been struggling to run the football inside the 20s, Paul, lately. And so we're just left to throw the football like we are right here.
Hockenson, Naylor, and Addison right. Jefferson left. Darnold passes out to the right. Screen to Addison. Caught at the 16. Turns it outside to the 15. Hit and stopped after a gain of 5. That'll make it 3rd and 6, approaching the 2-minute warning, Ben Lieber.
Yeah, guys, something I'd like to see a little different from our offense right now is we're seeing a lot of Sam Darnold just straight spot dropping. I mean, there's no movement. There's no play action pass, no quarterback waggle outside the pocket, certainly no boots with him outside the pocket, and we're just letting these guys tee off, bring pressure up the front, and speed rush off the outside. We have to change up our drops for Sam.
And the Falcons have 3 sacks. Minnesota 2 of 5 on 3rd down. Jefferson in motion to the right, back to the left. 3rd and 6 from the Falcons 12. Sam back to pass to the end zone. Touchdown! Justin Jefferson with his first touchdown in well over a month. And the Minnesota Vikings have taken a 13-7 lead.
Oh, huge. Absolutely huge with that turn of events. The Atlanta Falcons thought they had a turnover. It gets overturned. We kick the field goal. They hold, first down, touchdown to JJ. Now, getting JJ moving before the snap, when you run a post and you don't double team Justin Jefferson, we've got no chance of covering him.
Darnold has gone 121 consecutive without an interception. Extra point, snap spot, and it's good. Riker 2 for 2 on extra points. And the Minnesota Vikings with 2:01 to go in the first half have taken a 14-7 lead. Sam Darnold, 6 of 10, 97 yards. Touchdowns to Jefferson and Addison. Aaron Jones, 5 runs, 37 yards. That's 7.5 a clip. That'll do. And Jordan Addison, 4 catches, 65 yards. Justin Jefferson, 2 catches, 32 yards. All this despite the fact Darnold has been sacked 3 times. But doesn't it seem, Pete, like O'Connell and Darnold and the offensive staff have kind of found their way through those early problems?
Yeah, a little bit. I think they're still giving up a lot of pressure up front. We're losing some of those one-on-one battles. And Darnold's doing a little bit better of a job moving around. And what I do like is he's making good decisions, right? And as this game goes on, this front from Atlanta, they'll wear down. And that protection should get better as this game goes on. So the Jordan Addison, Paul, with the pressure he's putting on Mike Hughes is another huge factor. I mean, that 46-yard pass interference, 47-yard pass interference, what a huge play that was.
Boom! There's the kick from Reichert and a fair catch by the Atlanta Falcons, trailing 14-7. Justin Jefferson now 29 yards from becoming the youngest and fastest player to get to 7,000 receiving yards through 5 seasons. He's 29 away from 7,000, and he has 2 for 32 and a touchdown here. Justin Jefferson's last touchdown, October 20th, in this building against the Detroit Lions. Last time he had a 100-yard game. Indianapolis here, 137. Kirk Cousins, 8 of 13, 102, and a pick to Joshua Metellus. Pistol formation, that's the short shotgun with Bijan Robinson behind him. Robinson gets the call, has room up the middle across the line of scrimmage. Flag on the play. Hit by Cashman and taken down after a run of 5. Unofficially 2nd and 5, pending infraction. And Alex Kemp will give us the story.
Offense number 65. The 10-yard penalty. First down.
Matthew Bergeron on Jonathan Bullard. Paul, you great job on that recon with these officials.
That's the 3rd holding penalty against the Atlanta Falcons, executed by Alex Kemp. The referee and his staff calling the most holdings of any staff in the NFL. 2-minute warning, 14-7 Minnesota on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
New Happy Thursday Spiked Refreshers, a non-carbonated refresher with alcohol for weekend flavor any day of the week. Like when you get a case of the Mondays, swap it for the bright fruit flavors of Happy Thursday. Or when Tuesday needs a tune-up, look forward to Happy Thursday. And by Wednesday, you're already halfway there. So drink in the weekend flavor of Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday Spiked Refreshers, weekend flavor any day of the week. Celebrate responsibly. Non-carbonated, naturally flavored with other natural flavors. 21 and up, contains alcohol. 2024 Molson Coors Beverage Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin beer.
Are you ready for some football? Well, you are now, thanks to Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Minnesota Vikings and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Vikings tickets. And even if your plans get broken up or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Vikings.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
If you're a window installer, keep it simple. Choose Anderson 400 Series windows. They're the clapboard windows contractors trust the most. So much so, they're the windows contractors trust for their own homes. And with fewer callbacks, the choice is simple. It's Anderson 400 Series windows. The windows contractors trust the most. Get started at AndersonWindows.com today.
Claims based on 2022 Anderson brand survey of U.S. contractors.
Ben, even though everybody shuts you out, I predict Andrew Van Ginkel this possession comes up with a super big play on defense. What do you think?
I think I'm going to go Cash. He's been really close blitzing up the middle.
1st and 20 for Atlanta, 14-7 Minnesota. Here's a pass left caught by Ray McLeod at the 23, gets to the 24. It's a gain of 4, timeout.
Minnesota, they're first of the half.
O'Connell takes the timeout. It's 2nd and 16, wants the ball back with a 14-7 lead. Ben Lieber occasionally, while we're at break, will, ask Pete and I, all right, you each get to pick one defensive guy. Who do you think is going to make a difference on this given possession? I picked Van Ginkel. Nacho picked Blake Cashman. Who do you pick, Peter?
That's a good question. The way I'm kind of seeing this thing right now, Cam Bynum.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go with Cam Bynum.
Are you calling his first sack of the year? Or maybe 4th interception?
Yeah, I don't know. He's too deep in the field to be blitzing, so I think he's going to get a PBU here.
The Vikings now at 19 interception, most in the NFL. Already 8 more than the 2023 defense. 2nd and 16 for Kirk Cousins, the former Viking, out of the shotgun. 2 receivers left and right. Here comes Grenard. Cousins steps up sweetly, fires to the right side, first down. It is Ray McLeod, caught it at the 38, got out of bounds at the 40. Reception of 16 and a fresh 4 for them Birds, the Atlanta Falcons.
That's why you can't give Cousins time, Paul, because he surveys the field. He sees on the outside Josh Metellus one-on-one with one of his wide receivers, Ray McLeod. I mean, Metellus is a safety. He's not a corner. Right? And so he's out there playing corner. Cousins goes right that direction, and they move the chains.
Kirk 10 of 15, 122 and a pick. First down, 1st and 10 from his own 40. He's out of the shotgun. 2 receivers left and right. 5-man rush. Kirk pumps, sees nothing. Kirk rolls out to the right side. Flag on the play. Runs past the line of scrimmage to the 45. And Kirk Cousins with an 11-yard run and a first down pending infraction. Let's see if Mr. Kemp and his staff have another holding.
Offense number 63. 10-yard penalty. Still first down.
That's Chris Lindstrom, and the 4th holding call against the Birds. 6 penalties, 82 yards in all.
Yeah, and it's against Jonathan Grenard. So when you talk about the impact that he makes on this team, right? He's an interior rusher on that last play, able to just get pressure up the middle to try to get off, and draws the holding penalty. So outside, this offensive line, Chris Lindstrom, that's his 2nd penalty today. He had a huge false start to kill a play that might have been big for Atlanta. So their offensive line is struggling.
It is first down for Atlanta, 1st and 20 from its 30. 1:39 to go in the first half. Minnesota leads 14-7. Cousins screen left to Ray McLeod. Caught it inside the numbers, turns it up 35, and Jonathan Grenard wraps him up around the shins. Make that Jihad Ward after a run of 12. So they got 12 of the 20, making it 2nd and 8. Another timeout on the field. assumedly taken by the Vikings. No, it's no timeout. The clock stopped for a second, but now it's running.
Yeah, they got to reset, so they kind of give Atlanta here probably about 5 or 6 seconds that should have been taken off the clock.
2nd and 8 from the Atlanta 42. Cousins out of the shotgun again. 2 receivers left and right. Bijan Robinson to his right. Facing a 5-man rush. Straight drop. Throws left, incomplete. And it's Joshua Metellus with beautiful coverage on the lanky Kyle Pitts. 59 seconds to go in the first half. 3rd and 8 for Atlanta. 3 of 6 on 3rd down.
And that's Josh Metellus being where he needs to be, right? I mean, he just loves lurking around in the middle of the field. It was just an over route by Kyle Pitts, and Metellus able to run that thing down. But this is the thing, Paul. You don't have to sack Cousins. You just got to get him off of his mark and not let him examine the entire field.
Drake London wide right. Just one catch today. 3rd and 8 from the Falcons 48. Kirk Cousins out of the shotgun. Facing a blitz up the middle. He's going to heave one up to Mooney. He pushed off. Caught at the 20. Tackled at the 10. He was tackled by Cam Bynum. Shaq Griffin, the one who Mooney ran by for the 49-yard reception. And on 3rd down, absolutely.
First of the half.
That's
30 seconds in length.
Timeout by Atlanta, first of the half. Cold-blooded connection. Cousins to Mooney.
Yeah, just Mooney getting a nice little timing on that push, right? He just got by Shaq Griffin, put that arm out, and was able to create that separation. So disappointing. It's what Cousins is left to do, Paul. He doesn't have much over the middle of the field, so he's just going to throw that football up to those one-on-ones on the outside. And unfortunately, Shaq Griffin just got himself in a little bit of a bad body position. Mooney taking advantage of it.
Darnell Mooney, the former Bear, taken in the 2020 draft, that ballyhooed wide receiver draft. He went in the 5th round, same draft Jefferson came out of. 3 catches, 101 yards for Darnell Mooney. He's a first-year Falcon, and that already is his 2nd 100-yard game as a Falcon. Cousins, pistol formation, hands it to Bijan Robinson, heads to the right side, leaps over a Viking at the 5, and he gets down to about the 3, maybe the 2. That's an 8-yard run by Bijan Robinson. And the clock continues to run. Each team with 2 timeouts, 14-7 Minnesota. Vikings get the ball to begin the second half.
And I go back to Darnell Mooney, Paul. He said that was his 17th reception of 20 or more yards. That's 3rd in the NFL going into this game. So Darnell Mooney is absolutely a huge part of the Zach Robinson offense.
Zach Robinson, an offensive assistant for those Super Bowl champion Rams, meaning he worked under Kevin O'Connell, who was the offensive coordinator for that team. Raheem Morris, head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. He was the defensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams in 2021. And the Atlanta Falcons, Ben Lieber, are dead set on running this thing, man. They have 81 rushing yards already.
Yeah, you got to give them a lot of credit. They were committing to this run. They looked at our stats and said, yeah, we see you guys are number 1 in rush defense and you're number 3 in yards per attempt, but we're just going to keep at it, picking up on the film from last week, hitting the perimeter, hitting the edges, and they're doing a really good job up front. They're max protecting, giving Kirk a lot of time to find those one-on-one situations down the field.
20 seconds to go in the first half. 2nd and goal from the 1 for Atlanta. Cousins under center. Puts the tight end in motion, toss left. Bijan Robinson stretches it out. Hit at the point of attack, taken down. He's Harry the Hitman with Joshua Metellus, loss of 1. 3rd and goal from the 2. Timeout on the field. I believe the Atlanta Falcons took that timeout. So each team now has 1. And the Falcons are 1 of 1 in the red zone inside the 20 this game. What's interesting about that is during their 3-game losing streak, they're averaging 12 points per game. They have 7, but they were 25% with touchdowns inside the 20. They're already 1 for 1, Pete.
Yeah, and I think part of that was for them was just getting away from the run. And with that first call, the outside run, I think they're just setting this thing up. They have maybe 1, maybe 2 shots at the end zone. They could run it one more time because they have a timeout, but here comes the throw.
3rd and goal from the 2. Vikes lead by 7 deep in the first half. Cousins out of the shotgun. 3 receivers right. Takes the snap. Kirk looking left. Ball's tipped at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete. tipped at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. He was looking for Drake London to the left side. So now, 4th and goal from the 2. And Brian Flores' defense has held Atlanta well enough to welcome Young Wei Koo into the game for his first field goal try.
How about Jalen Redmond, Paul? He had a TFL earlier in the game. That was a huge batted down ball that makes Atlanta kick the field goal. So Jalen Redmond is continuing week in and week out to improve and tack on those numbers.
20-yard try left hash to the west side of US Bank Stadium. Koo, 21 of 29 on field goal, snap spot. This little chip shot is up, and this little chip shot is good. 10. 10 seconds to go in the first half, and once again the Vikings get the ball to begin the second half. Were you surprised when Atlanta won the toss and said, no, we want the ball?
Yeah, I was surprised, but then again, that's something that a lot of times head coaches will talk about all during the week and say, hey, we're going to be aggressive on offense. If we win the toss, we're going to take the football. It's just kind of a mentality that you want to build, Paul, and I think with them coming out and scoring on the first drive, with this, you have the script, the whole thing, they came out and executed well. What they didn't execute very well was that huge reception by Darnell Mooney, getting the ball down inside the 10-yard line and just not being able to score the touchdown. You had just spoken about how they struggle in the red zone with scoring touchdowns, and we saw it right there. They had 2 snaps inside the 2-yard line, and neither of them produced a touchdown. So great job by the Viking defense to rally themselves and to make them kick the field goal.
The punter, Bradley Pinion, kicks off for the Atlanta Falcons, who went 9 plays, 68 yards, and took a minute 51 seconds. Boom. A field goal by Koo kicks it to a 14-10 game. 10 seconds to go in the first half. Mike Mussman with the halftime show coming up very shortly. And don't forget, following games, you will hear Kevin O'Connell's press conference. Likewise for Sam Darnold, interviews from Ben Lieber in the Vikings locker room. And hopefully they have a victorious scenario about which to chat, because if the Vikings win and Seattle and Buffalo win, the Minnesota Vikings have clinched a playoff spot. They lead 14-10 into halftime from US Bank Stadium and on the KFAM Minnesota Vikings radio network, driven by Polaris.
Vikings fans, be the light for a local family in need this holiday. Many families are forced to choose between paying for rent or buying groceries. Nobody should have to choose. Ring bells or donate to the Salvation Army and be a light. Every $100 raised feeds 3 families for a week, helps save a family from eviction, or provides hope when someone needs it most. Learn more.
Bring your best this year, whether you're cheering from US Bank Stadium or from your living room, with your favorite jerseys, hats, collectibles, and Vikings branded gear from the Shields Fan Shop. Visit us at your local Shields or Shields.com and let's cheer on the Vikings. Shields, proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings and football fans everywhere.
The Yaller horn has spoken. It's saying, when the Vikings score, Vikings fans win. This season, if the Vikings score 2 or more touchdowns in a single game, you get a free Big Mac. That's right. When the Vikings score 2 or more touchdowns in a game, get a free Big Mac with a purchase of $2 or more. Only on the McDonald's app. Offer valid once per person the day after the Vikings score 2+ touchdowns through 1/31/2025 at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Hey, Vikings fans, when you stay at Omni Viking Lakes, you stay at the official hotel of your favorite team. At Omni, we believe experiences matter, which is why we built this place for real fans like yourself, even putting it right next to the practice facility. You've dreamt of a place like this, and now you can dream in a place like this. Score! So, Vikings fans, when you're looking for a place to stay in the game at Omni Viking Lakes Hotel.
The Minnesota Vikings halftime report is presented by U.S. Bank, Polaris, Happy Thursday Spiked Refreshers, and by Twin Cities Orthopedics. Now live from U.S. Bank Stadium, here's Mike Mussman.
14-10 here at the half at U.S. Bank Stadium, and the halftime stats are presented by Lumen, official technology partner of your Minnesota Vikings. Sam Darnold, 6 of 10, 97 yards, just a couple of touchdowns, 0 interceptions. That's a rating of 132.1. Aaron Jones on the ground, 5 carries, 37 yards along a 13. Need to get that going a little bit more. Maybe actually have a little more offensive plays. Only 22 here in the first half for your Minnesota Vikings. Addison with 4 receptions, 65 yards, and a touchdown. Justin Jefferson also a touchdown. He has 2 receptions and 32 yards in the first half. On the other side, Kirk Cousins, 12 of 19, 183 with an interception and no touchdowns. 72.9 on a passer rating there. Robinson on the ground, 13 carries, 51 yards. And Mooney with a huge 49-yard catch there. Very much at the end of the first half. 3 receptions, 101, and at 49 is the long. 14-10 is the halftime score. Located at Eden Prairie Center, Wildfire offers a selection of steaks, chops, and seafood in a modern-day 1940s supper club. You can join them for lunch, dinner, or carry out. You can plan your next corporate or social event in one of their private rooms, or you can let them cater to your home or office. Visit wildfirerestaurant.com for more. Let's go around the league with some scores here. Not much going on in Tennessee. Titans up 3-0 over the Jags. Jets up over the Dolphins. Make that, touchdown. Field goal. Field goal, and the Dolphins now have the lead 15-13. Tua with 165 yards there in the first half. You got the Saints and Giants. Saints with the lead 7-3. Now you've got Bryce Young, who's got 86 yards and a touchdown in the first half, but it's the Eagles with the lead 14-10. Browns, Steelers up 13-7. Winston has a touchdown. Harris on the ground for the Steelers has a touchdown as well there in the first half. And then the Raiders and Bucks with the lead 14-10 as the Raiders have climbed themselves back into that game. Lifetime, the Athletic Country Club of the Minnesota Vikings, champions healthy, happy kids and families. Learn more with lifetime.com/kids opportunity. 14-10, second half of our halftime show is going to be with Tatum Everett from the VEN, and that is coming up next. This is Vikings football. Touchdown!
Throughout the 2024 season, each NFL team channel on the SiriusXM app will feature the team's pre- and post-game shows before and after every game.
What's given me confidence is how they've responded to adversity.
Get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio. Now your favorite team's broadcast includes their pre- and post-game shows all season long on the SiriusXM app. All 32 team channels are also available in vehicles equipped with SiriusXM 360L radios.
Move to the sound of a global phenomenon. Hits Uno. The planet's top trending Latin pop hits from breakout stars like Peso Pluma.
Justin Jefferson touchdown, 14-7 at that particular moment. But just, I mean, what a huge penalty at just the wrong time.
It really was, and that was interesting because it was right after the Josh Metellus interception, and then they weren't able to cash in on that offensive possession. So to come back on the next one, be able to punch it in, and for JJ to get his first touchdown in 6 games, it has been since October 20th. I had him on the show, or I had him as Game Day Live interview, and you could tell he was frustrated, but trying to think big picture. He's I know that I'm a cog in the wheel at this point because I'm helping take people away.
Right.
But it was great to see him finally get into the end zone.
Absolutely, with 2 receptions and 32 yards in the first half, and that touchdown as well. Thought it was really interesting because we were all wondering, okay, what is this Vikings crowd going to do when they actually have Kirk Cousins on the field? When they just showed him up on the Jumbotron before the game, loud boos going throughout U.S. Bank Stadium.
Yeah, I think he was booed a total of 3 times in the beginning. When they run out on that pregame show, and then when they announced him as the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons. I told people all week this was going to happen. They were going to boo. That's just how this is going to match up. And then afterwards, after the Vikings, come away as victors.
Right.
Then they'll be like, okay, thanks, Kirk. Good to see you. Glad you lost. Right? Like, that's kind of the attitude. So I wasn't really surprised.
Yeah. Well, he's not on our team. Why not boo him? Okay, so you got B.J. Robinson on the ground, 13 carries, 51 yards.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Falcons run game, they're resetting the line of scrimmage, and they're really taking it to us. But then on the other side, when they're passing, Kirk Cousins is starting to see some pressure.
Yeah, well, he's been seeing a lot of blitz, and when he sees the blitz, he hasn't been as effective in the game. There's some ESPN research out there on my phone. I can't see right now, but when he is under pressure, he's just not as effective. He just isn't. And so I think you'll see a little bit more of that on him now without Pat Jones, without Steph Gilmore. I think this defense has really stepped up. They had a lot of rotational pieces, and they're going to need it if they're going to continue to lose time of possession the way they are.
Right. Well, Tatum Everett had money on one of the dogs and didn't win, so I feel bad for you there, but thank you so much. I appreciate it.
She caused the most chaos. That was the most important part.
Second half is coming up next. Vikes get the ball in the second half on the Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
No matter who you are or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go a walk in the park with the new Ford Explorer. Become the MVP of the work site with the unrivaled performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America. Or discover what it really means to adventure in the great outdoors with the new Bronco Sport. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Hey, Vikings fans, listen up. Step up your shoe game this season with Trade Home Shoes, your Minnesota-based employee-owned retailer. Trade Home Shoes has on-trend footwear for the entire family. Brands like New Balance, Hoka, On, Birkenstock, Rival Shoes, and more. With over a century of experience in 130 locations nationwide, Trade Home Shoes is where generations meet comfort and style. Trade Home Shoes. Enjoy life. Feet first.
Make gifting simpler this holiday season with all things cooking, cleaning, and more from Kenmore. From countertop ice makers to air purifiers to hard floor cleaners and the latest in dishwashers and refrigerators. Find great deals for every room of the home and for everyone on your list, including you, at Kenmore.com/Vikings. Get more from Kenmore, a proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
Vikings lead 14-10 and get the ball to begin the second half. And Lieber, Pete Bursich, Paul Allen. A quick trivia question for you. Which Viking holds the team record for the most rushing touchdowns for against the Falcons all time? Is it Adrian Peterson, Matt Asiata, Dave Osborne, or Boom Boom Brown? The answer, C, Dave Osborne. And that's today's trivia provided by Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com. And Vikings fans, specifically those of you listening here at U.S. Bank Stadium, you have a chance to win Victor's Ride or other great prizes via a commemorative Pepsi Vikings Cup. And fill your cup with an ice cold Pepsi and get ready for game day. Minnesota Vikings football is better with Pepsi. What are you looking for this half, Mr. Bursich?
Well, I'm looking for something out of our offense right away. I mean, despite having the lead, Atlanta has time of possession advantage of about 2-1, so a little over 20 minutes compared to around our 10. It was a huge deal that our defense held and didn't give up a touchdown. So we got a score here. Touchdown makes it a 2-score game, and then we get Cousins a little more one-dimensional.
Boom! Second half in the Cousins game is in the air. Touchback. Ben Lieber on the sideline.
Well, guys, we have talked about it all season long, how well Sam Darnold has played against the blitz. He's one of the top quarterbacks in the league facing the blitz. Check out these stats from the first half. He faced blitz on 5 of his passes. He's 3 of 5 for 56 yards and 2 touchdowns. I tell you what, if Atlanta wants to keep blitzing, bring it on, because Sam is ready.
And Sam, the man on the fan, sacked 3 times also, but he's thrown 2 touchdown passes. Thus 14-10 Minnesota, and here they come. 1st and 10 from the 30, handoff. Aaron Jones got up to a fast start, then the Vikings started throwing, and Jones runs up the middle to the left a little bit for a gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
And now for Atlanta, you're getting Troy Anderson, number 44. Anderson, number 44 in there. Again, that 4-man front. And I think Ben pointed out earlier, there's not a ton of disguise in movement in this Atlanta secondary. So I think we're getting a good beat on what they're trying to do. Now, listen, if we can block for Darnold and give him time, we're going to light these guys up deep.
Darnold, 6 of 10, 97 yards. Fakes the toss right to Jones. Boots out to the left. Hits Hockenson for his first catch. First down at the 40 near side. And he'll wrestle his way to the 45-yard line. That's going to be a 10-yard catch and run by TJ and a first down for the home team.
That's good to see TJ getting the football. And, if you want to protect Darnold, this is what you do. You get him out on the edges. You move him around a little bit. We talked about that in the first half. So here we go, hurrying up to the line of scrimmage.
And Darnold goes out of the shotgun. Jefferson to the left, couple of receivers right, first down pass coming. He floats to the left, passes over the middle, caught Aaron Jones, and he is smacked by Justin Simmons, the former Bronco, plays safety for Atlanta. But it's a catch of 6 by A.J., 2nd and 4.
A much better job all across our offensive front. I'll tell you what, Blake Brandel going one-on-one with Grady Jarrett. Now, Grady Jarrett's getting up a little long in the tooth, but he's still an unbelievably good football player, and Brandel took him on one-on-one and did you give Darnold time, Paul, he's going to have a stellar day.
Jarrett, 10th year from Clemson, was a 5th-round pick in 2015. Holy cow, has he been good. 2nd and 4 from the Falcons 49, just underway in the second half. Darnold under center. I formation, handoff Aaron Jones, makes a Falcon miss in the backfield, jump cut left, but he's going to lose a yard, and that'll make it 2nd and 11. Eddie Goldman, the former Bear, the 30-year-old nose tackle who retired in 2022. He's having a heck of a game.
Yeah, he is, and he's a good football player. And like I said, when Atlanta can go to a 5-man front, that centers him up on center Garrett Bradbury, and I think that's his strength. He's not great at taking on the double teams and those things any longer, but you get him one-on-one with the center with some space, he's still good.
Minnesota 3 of 6 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 5. Darnold out of the shotgun. Back to pass. Great drop. Throws to Hockenson. First down at the Falcons 35. TJ was running away from a safety and a linebacker, and it's an 18-yard hit. First down.
Well, and does Coach O'Connell love attacking these linebackers with these long crossing routes? And we talked about Caden Ellis and how good he is in the blitz. Well, he's not Superman, right? In coverage, he takes up space, but he can't run with TJ Hockenson. That was a long developing crossing route, beautifully executed.
Hockenson, 2 catches in the second half for 28 yards. First down for the Vikings from the Falcons 32. Handoff Aaron Jones. He heads to the right. Now he cuts back to the left across the line of scrimmage. He gets to the 28, 27, 26. 6-yard run by Aaron Jones. 2nd and 4.
And he gets up with a little bit of a swagger. He's in more of a rhythm. I like that. And a lot's been made of the comments his mom made about how they should have pulled him out last week because of the fumbling. And that's one thing. I mean,
his mom
to have your teammates call you out and coach it, that's one thing. But when your mom gives you no safe haven and your mom said that was the right call to make, you've got nowhere to go but up.
Jones, the single set. His mom approves. Brandon Powell in motion to the right. 2nd and 4. Play action to Aaron. And now a pass left dropped by Josh Oliver. They tried to set up an Oliver screen. Flags come in very late, by the way, from the back judge. Tried to set up a screen, and it didn't work.
Pass interference on us.
Think so?
Yeah, they're pointing our way.
Oh, geez.
I was going to say, it's probably better that he didn't.
Pass interference. Offense number 3. It's a 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Addison, though.
Yeah, this is, again, Paul, you get in this red zone area. This is where we stutter, right? And today, the penalties have gotten us, and our inability really to run the football inside the 20. So we're going to need a little bit of magic here. We got a lot of ground to gain as we're second and about 14 or so on the 36-yard line. This is going to be interesting to see what we can pull up. This is that area, though, where we sometimes sputter.
2 penalties against the Vikings for 15 yards, 6 for 82 on Atlanta. 2nd and 15 from the Atlanta 36. About 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. Vikings lead by 4. Darnold back to pass, and Sam Darnold is sacked for a 4th time. Taken down all the way back at the 45-yard line. Caden Ellis with his 3rd sack this season. Atlanta now has 4. 9-yard loss. That's going to make it 3rd and 23.
Yeah, and this again, Paul. It's getting Caden Ellis one-on-one with our running backs, and it's been successful for Atlanta all day long. But we can't afford to go backwards any more than what we already have.
3rd and 22. Darnold already back in action. Throws to the left side, and it's caught by Justin Jefferson at the 29. That's a 14-yard reception, well shy of the first down. Leading 14-10, Kevin O'Connell will send out Will Reichard for his first field goal try in more than a month. He missed 4 games with a quad injury. He hit a field goal earlier, but Atlanta committed a penalty, and it eventually paved the way for a Vikings touchdown. He's 14 of 16 this year. This is a 47-yard try left hash. To the west side of U.S. Bank Stadium, Andrew DePaula sends it back to Ryan Wright. The right-footed Riker kick is up, and it hit the left upright. It's no good. 9:56 to go in the third quarter on the Northland Ford dealer scoreboard. 14-10 Minnesota on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings radio network, driven by Polaris. TimberTech and TimberTech.com not only are the best in the business, but the decks they develop and the decks they build are the highest of quality. In fact, you will endure a lifetime of happiness with that deck with TimberTech. So ask for TimberTech when putting together your next project, and that also can include porches. TimberTech.com is where you find the free samples. Once again, start at TimberTech.com.
You're listening to Vikings football.
The LA Galaxy have won their record-extending 6th MLS Cup, and you heard it here on SiriusXM FC.
LA Galaxy are back where they feel they belong. MLS Cup 2024 champions.
For in-depth coverage of the 2025 MLS season, plus live talk shows and play-by-play from the Premier League, UEFA Champions League, and more, keep it tuned to SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, and by downloading the SiriusXM app, you can enjoy a gift bag full of holiday channels.
Plus, weekly sessions all about their decades of wrestling expertise that we call the Masters Class. Download Busted Open now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Bill Belichick. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go, 6 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Missed a 47-yard field goal. It went off the left upright, and Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons will get their first offensive opportunity with 9:56 to go in the third quarter. The Vikings lead 14-10. Kirk Cousins, 12 of 19, 183 yards. He's out of the shotgun. It's pistol formation. Bijan Robinson gets the call to the right side, and he's swallowed up. Jalen Redmond having another big game. It's a tackle for loss for Jalen Redmond. It's a loss of 4, making it 2nd and 14.
And Paul, you know, when you start to get into this phase of the season, you start to need to have some of these young guys make plays. And Jalen Redmond is a perfect example of that. Guys like Dallas Turner, you know, this is where the young guys should be sneaking in there and making these sneaky big plays for an offense or a defense.
Cousins, shotgun, 2 receivers left and right, walks up to the center. Bijan Robinson now moves his spot to the right. 14-10 Minnesota. Empty backfield now. Cousins hit as he throws left, incomplete. Nearly intercepted by Byron Murphy Jr. And now it's 3rd and 14 for the Atlanta Falcons.
And it was a Murphy of another flavor. Gabe Murphy's the one that put Cousins down. He got to the edge and was able to wrap him up and bring him to the ground. 0 blitz on that, Paul. Middle of the field. I love that. I mean, for Brian Flores to call that, it takes courage. I mean, because if something goes wrong, it's a touchdown. But Flores, man, he is cool as ice.
Cousins yet to be sacked. Falcons 4 of 8 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 14. Kirk back to pass. Van Ginkel all over him. Cousins throws over the middle and intercepted. Shaq Griffin.
Come on, Shaq.
Show it. Point with your right hand to the west side. No, they say catch. It looked like Shaq had it and wrestled it away from Drake London. Instead,
look at Shaq. He's getting up like he caught it.
Yes,
like, no, they're signaling first down.
Yeah, Shaq's running down to the east end zone like, where are my dogs to do the bid everybody else does?
Wow.
Well, it's a Drake London reception, and it's going to go for a first down.
Wow, they usually let this carry through and see who ends up with it. That's a very, very dicey call. Well, very well played by Shaq Griffin.
They needed 14. They got 16. O'Connell challenging. It ain't count. So Alex Kemp is walking over to chat with Kevin O'Connell, who has dropped the red challenge flag. Drake London and Shaq Griffin caught the ball at the same time.
The ruling on the field is a completed catch. Minnesota has challenged that ruling.
We're going to pause. On the Sleep Number scoreboard, challenge in play, Falcons first down or Vikings ball. It's one or the other. 14-10 Minnesota. It's Minnesota Vikings football.
Vikings fans, get more of the great content you crave right now on the SiriusXM app. Just search Minnesota Vikings on the app and tap the favorite star. You not only hear the game with your hometown announcers, but you'll also get access to the pre- and post-game shows. And come back during the week for extra Vikings content, including coach and player press conferences, interviews, and much more. It's all on the SiriusXM app. Download it and search Minnesota Vikings today.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws and it's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
We bring the boom.
SiriusXM app, you can hear your hometown announcers all season long. Just search for your team on the SiriusXM app and tap the star to save it as your favorite.
The Vikings lost the challenge. The director of the dispute department opted to get down with O'Connell and say, let's challenge it. Kevin's still chatting with a member of the officiating crew, but they ruled Drake London had the ball more than Shaq Griffin. So it's a 16-yard hit and keeps hope alive for Atlanta here in the third quarter. 14-10 Minnesota, 8.5 minutes to go in said quarter. Cousins back to pass, looks to throw over the middle, but Harrison Phillips, I believe, is the one to get that big hand up there and knock it away. So it's second and 10 from the Vikings 47.
Yeah, I mean, to go back to the reception now, but the rules committee is going to have to take a look at that one just because it's, what the tie goes to the offense. I'm not even really sure, but Shaq Griffin had much more control over that football on that play. But nice job by Harrison Phillips, just keeping Cousins out of his rhythm. Even if you're batting the ball down at the line of scrimmage, you're still able to do that.
That is a fourth pass defense this season for Phillips. Cousins on second down gives it to Bijan Robinson, some room to the right side, gets by the 45, and Andrew Van Ginkel gets him around the ankles after a 6 or 7 yard run. It'll be 3rd and 3 from the Vikings 40 for Atlanta. Minnesota leads 14-10. Kirk Cousins 13 of 22, 203 yards, intercepted by Joshua Metellus. Cousins has not thrown a touchdown pass in well over a month. In fact, 0 touchdowns, 7 interceptions his last 3.5 games. Atlanta, 5 of 9 on third down. Into the game, the Falcons 29th in the NFL on third down. They've done a good job today. Middle of the third quarter, 3rd and 3. Cousins works out of the shotgun. He's protected okay, throws over the middle, man wide open, first down. And it's Ray McLeod left to right, 30, 25, 20. Gets outside the numbers to the 13-yard line, 27-yard hit to Ray McLeod.
What a great adjustment by Ray McLeod as he works to the middle of the field, and it's a zone, but he feels Van Ginkel in front of him, so he pivots and attacks the middle of the field, and he ran by both Van Ginkel and Cashman to get to that open area. So nice adjustment. That's an example of he and Cousins being exactly on the same page.
McLeod, 6 catches, 73 yards. Cousins, shotgun. Bijan Robinson behind him on first down. Hand off to the Texas product. Goes to the left side. Gets away from Harrison Smith, who tried to bring him down from behind. Flag late. He gets to the 6. Make it the 5. Bijan Robinson with an 8-yard run until this.
Holding. Offense number 67. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Well, that's the center, Drew Dahlman. That is the 5th holding penalty against Atlanta today. 4 on offense, 1 on special teams. And you heard the inflection in Kemp's voice. He said number 67 because he's called 65 twice and 63 twice. And now the Falcons have 7 penalties for 92 yards.
Yeah, he stepped up and grabbed the hold of Cashman, and Cashman was unable to get off and get his, that's why it was an arm tackle, and exactly why Bijan was able to get up to the second level. So they're watching that holding like a hawk.
14-10 Minnesota, 1st and 18 for the Atlanta Falcons from the Vikings 21. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Handoff, Bijan Robinson left side. The play's thrown out, so he jumps back to the right and then is taken down at the 17-yard line. Gabriel Murphy, undrafted from UCLA, making his NFL debut today with Patrick Jones inactive. Was able to stop Robinson after a 4-yard run, 2nd and 14.
Yeah, nice job by Murphy, too. He was cut and then got right back up. Right now, Gabe Murphy's playing inside defensive lineman, so he's lining up over as a 3 technique. So he's had the playbook thrown at him.
He's up there with Ward and Grenard. And Cousins passes to the right. Andrew Van Ginkel was an inch from the 6th touchdown of his career and 3rd this season. He tipped the ball in the air with his right hand, tried to bring it in with said right hand and couldn't. If he brings that thing in, we're looking at 78 to the end zone.
Oh, my heavens. I mean, you think offenses had learned by now this, that you see 43 out there, check it to the other side or do something else. I mean,
wow.
It's unbelievable what that guy can do out there.
3rd and 14 from the 17. Atlanta 6 of 10 on 3rd down. Cousins shotgun, 2 receivers right, 1 left. They're going to run it. Bijan up the middle. He'll get past the 15, drag Blake Cashman down to the 11, make it the 10. So it's a run of 7 yards by Bijan Robinson. But the Atlanta Falcons will bring in the field goal unit led by Younghoe Koo, who's 1 of 1 today.
Now, this is where the 4-point lead is good, as the Vikings will hold on to it, even if they make this. But, you know, for our offense, it's getting to the end of the 3rd quarter. Now's the time, right? Now's the time to hit that gas pedal and get ourselves at least a 2-score lead.
29-yard try left hash to the east side of U.S. Bank Stadium for Younghoe Koo. Snap spot, right-footed kick, splits the uprights. Scoreboard, 5:06 to go in the 3rd quarter. Minnesota 14, Atlanta 13 on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings radio network, driven by Polaris.
Hey, so what's better than a Vikings win? Celebrating a Vikings win cruising around in a brand new Polaris Slingshot S or a Polaris snowmobile. So right now at Quick Trip, for every $1 you spend with Quick Rewards, you'll earn a Fan Zone point to spend in the Viking Zone. Then with your Quick Rewards app, spend points for your chance to win prizes throughout the season, like a Polaris Slingshot S. Nice. Kick off your winning season with Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings. See QuickTrip.com/fanzone for details.
Eagan, Minnesota is the proud home of the Minnesota Vikings, and it's also the ultimate destination for fantastic fun. Eagan features over 100 unique restaurants and amazing attractions, such as Twin Cities Premium Outlets and the Vikings Museum. And when you stay in any of Eagan's 18 incredible hotels Thursday through Sunday and pick your package, you'll receive 2 free tickets to the Vikings Museum. Other great offers are also available. For complete details, visit enjoyegan.com. That's enjoyegan.com.
Make gifting simpler this holiday season with all things cooking, cleaning, and more from Kenmore. From countertop ice makers to air purifiers to hard floor cleaners and the latest in dishwashers and refrigerators. Find great deals for every room of the home and for everyone on your list, including you, at Kenmore.com/Vikings. Get more from Kenmore, a proud partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
Scoreboard Central
is you buy the Minnesota Lottery. You can play the new Vikings scratch game from the Minnesota Lottery with a chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. We've got a 7-3 game going on with the Saints and the Giants. Also, Bryce Young, he's got a touchdown so far, but they don't have the lead. The Eagles are still up with Barkley with 79 yards on the ground so far. 14-10 Eagles are up. And you've got Wilson with the touchdown. Judy has a receiving touchdown, and it's the Steelers with the lead, 20-7. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
Listen to groundbreaking interviews and thrilling play-by-play all season long. Touchdown! On SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Boom! Pinion's kick a bit short and by design. Here comes Ty Chandler from the 3, center of the field, 10, 15, 20. Gets to the left side, tackled from behind at the 25-yard line. It'll be a 22-yard return after Younghoe Koo kicked it to a 1-point game. And Pete, we have a common thread developing here. The Falcons field goals have come from the 10 and the 19. All right, 20 and 29-yard field goals. Remember last week, Chad Ryland for Arizona hit field goals from 22, 21, the 22-yard line, the 21, 14, 13, and 30. So the Falcons are 1 of 3 inside the 20, settling for these short field goals. That ain't no good.
Yeah, one of which was on the 2-yard line, so the Vikings defense is stiffening up when it counts.
Sam Darnold, 1st and 10, play action from under center, boots out to the left, throws to the left, caught Justin Jefferson at the 40-yard line, and he will streak away to the 46, maybe the 47. It is a 21-yard reception, and now for Justin Jefferson, he now has 68 yards, which means he's the fastest player in the history of the National Football League to catch 7,000 receiving yards or more. He's done it before his 5th season even comes to conclusion, and under the age of 26, so he's the youngest and the quickest to get to 7,000 yards with that catch. Well done, JJ. First down, handoff Aaron Jones, plowing to the left side. He and Blake Brandell in tandem are thrown back violently, gain of 2, 2nd and 8.
As the Falcons go back to that 5-man front. So, when they want to stop the run, they do that. Now, I want to go back a play, though, and talk about Darnold and him rolling out to his left. It's not the best for quarterbacks because you're rolling away from your throwing side. But, man, he threw that pass with a lot of gas on it, and it was, perfectly thrown to Justin Jefferson. So well done by Darnold.
14-13 Minnesota. Sam Darnold out of the shotgun. Aaron Jones in front of him to the right. TJ Hockenson with 2 catches and motion to the left. On 2nd and 8, actually. Darnold throws left, incomplete, nearly intercepted. Justin Simmons had an outside shot at an interception. Very difficult pass by Sam. It's now 3rd and 8 from the 48-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota leads 14-13.
And if the trend continues, this is where you're going to see pressure, Paul. They're going to want to get pressure on Darnold, not give him the time in the pocket. So this is all on our offensive line. We need to answer what Atlanta's been able to do and at least get this football down the field.
Sam has been sacked 4 times a week after he was sacked 5 times by Arizona. JJ in motion to the right. 3rd and 8. Minnesota 6 of 11 on 3rd down. Sam under a lot of pressure. How'd you get away from that? Now he throws deep. Justin wide open. Caught. Touchdown! Justin Jefferson with a 48-yard reception. But Sam Darnold was Houdini for the day. And the Vikings have taken a 20-13 lead.
Oh, we talked about it. Here comes the blitz, and Darnold was able to keep the play alive with his feet, scramble, get his vision back down the field. And for Atlanta, the DBs just quit covering, right? They just let JJ stand there by himself, and Darnold really just threw up a jump ball, and Justin all by himself, able to score the touchdown.
Reichert for the extra point, snap spot, and it's good. So Justin Jefferson had 0 touchdowns since October 20th against Detroit. He has 2, and he has his first 100-yard game since November 3rd against the Indianapolis Colts. Justin, 5 catches, 120 and 2. Welcome back to the spotlight, young man. The Vikings lead 21-13, 3.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. It's Viking football.
A celebration of music on a global scale. The biggest stars.
This week on Let's Go with Bill Belichick, Max Crosby, Peter King, and me, Jim Gray.
Just 3 wins so far for the Patriots. What's your feelings?
Just haven't done enough to win very many games. It's hard to see them, going through that type of season. There's nothing I can do about it. Just feel bad for a lot of those guys. It's the National Football League. It's very competitive. You got to find a way to stand up to the competition. And that's a challenge for every team.
Listen to the extended version of Let's Go, now available exclusively on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Sometimes you only get one look at greatness. After all, there's only one Chris Carter.
25-yard drive to win a minute 41 and threw the Vikings to a 21-13 lead. Boom. There's Reichard's kick, 5 yards deep in the end zone. And it's a touchback for the Atlanta Falcons. And here comes Kirk James, 14 of 24, 230, and a pick. Now, that's the second time, both touchdowns, where the Atlanta Falcons back in their secondary, I mean, they're just doing pirouettes. They're just stopped. I mean, like, what's happening?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That was an all-out blitz on that last play, and you would think that they'd man that thing up. But what happens is DBs sometimes have a tendency, if the quarterback starts to scramble, that just lose their coverage, right? In that case, they're expecting the blitz to get there, so they don't expect the quarterback to be scrambling, and they were left out of position.
And Cousins hands it to Titan Algier, who's smacked at the line of scrimmage, bounces off of it, circumnavigates right, gets to the 40-45 in front of the Vikings bench to the 50, and he's taken down at the 45 of the Vikings. That is 25 for 25, and he was dead to rights right after he was hit. Well done, young man.
Wow, Josh Metellus just absolutely hammered him. And Andrew Van Ginkel was getting him wrapped up, and the fact that Metellus hit him so hard, it knocked him out of the hands of Van Ginkel, and he was able to pirouette and come up with an explosive run. So here we go. They're on our side of the field already.
1st and 10 from the Vikings 45. Cousins short shotgun with Algier behind him. Hand off to Tyler right up the middle across the 45 into the teeth of the NFL's #1 rushing defense. Stopped at the 41. That's a run of 4, maybe 5 yards for Algier. So he's right around 60. And they've run for right around 125 yards a week after we gave up 154 to Arizona, Pete.
Yeah, you're right about that. And, I think for Atlanta, they're definitely sticking to the run and being dedicated to it. And, fortunately for them, running the football, they're not able to put up a lot of points. They're not scoring points running the ball.
Cousins, second down, shotgun, throws left, man wide open, caught, first down, and it's Drake London attempting to leap over a Viking. Couldn't do it like Saquon Barkley over Fabian Moreau. It's a hit of 12 yards and good enough for a Falcons first down.
Yeah, now it's time for our defense to, again, tighten the belts up, right? Atlanta's already within field goal range. So at some, you want to hold them. Now, what's been stopping Atlanta so far today, Paul, are the holding penalties, right? As they've gotten closer to the end zone, they've had more and more penalties, which have been backing them up. So we'll see what our defensive front has in store.
1st and 10 from the Vikings 29. Minnesota leads 21-13. Cousins, play action, screen left, caught Ray McLeod. He's had a hot day. Gets to the 30, heads to the right 25. Outside the numbers 20, first down for the Atlanta Falcons down to the 13. He's Ray McLeod with a 16-yard catch and run.
Yeah, great timing. Cousins just held onto that football, and Cashman ends up getting pushed by the play. Drew Dahlman doing a great job just having patience, right? Having patience, let Cashman over pursue, block him up, and then get the first down.
Jonathan Bullard in, a rare break for Cam Bynum. 1st and 10 from the 13 for Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. Takes the snap, hands the ball off. Bijan Robinson right side, inside the 5. Touchdown, Atlanta Falcons. The Minnesota Vikings have allowed a couple of rushing touchdowns today. That one goes for 13. And for Bijan Robinson, he has 9 this year. And it's 21-19 Minnesota.
Yeah, and that's worrisome. They had a double team on the inside on Bullard, and there was just no linebackers, nothing flowing inside out, as I think Atlanta is going to go for 2 here.
Yeah.
But they got the play clock against them. Did they take a timeout?
No, they're fine. 20 on the play clock.
Well, no, I'm just saying the play clock should be running once they make that decision.
Yeah. Atlanta 1 of 3 on 2-point conversions. Vikings have allowed 2 from 3 tries. 21-19, 2-point try, Cousins shotgun. Receivers left and right, Robinson behind him. Now Warner in motion, handoff Bijan right side, plows at the goal line, stood up at the goal line. They say he got in for the 2. Bijan for the 2. 39 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter, and we're all tied at 21.
They ran it right along the same side, Paul, just right to that right side, and we're just giving up too much at the point of attack. that edge of the defense is just getting collapsed in a little bit too much.
Boy, Cashman stuck him too.
Yeah, he did. He stuck him right at the goal line. So he gets a little bit more downhill. But you got to credit the Falcons. They've stayed with the run, and now they're starting to get some bigger plays on the ground. So, a little bit of momentum shift here and there, but now we're looking at a game that's all tied up, and now it's back on our offense, Paul, to really move this football. Our defense has been on the field quite a bit today, and they're going to have to figure out on the sideline how they're going to stop the run. It's going to come down to the interior linemen doing a better job and not getting collapsed down. And that's the problem with the 3-4.
And we are giving you an opportunity to spice up your holiday gifting with Tailgate Spices. Whether it's personal fowl chicken, Skull seasoned salt, or Kale Mary vegetable, we have bold flavors for every Vikings fan. TailgateSpices.com. Taste the victory and Skull. Atlanta has 19 first downs compared to 12 for Minnesota. That's a week removed from the Vikings giving up 154 to Arizona at 5 yards a clip. The only time this year the Vikings defense, number one in the NFL against the run, has allowed 5 yards or more per carry was that Arizona game. Pete, Atlanta's doing it again.
Yeah, and it's not as if they were running the football well in the first half, and then in the second half they kind of got away from it. This is a situation where that was the best drive on the ground that they've had, I think, all day. A couple nice whip screens to the outside, keeping our guys running. So combine that, time of possession, getting later in the game, that concerns me, because if you can't stop them on the ground, you can't stop them.
Here comes Darnold under center, 1st and 10 from his own 30. Game tied at 21 after the 2 flag on the play before the outset. Delay of game on us out of a timeout.
False start, offense number 64. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Yeah, this is not the time to be shooting yourself in the foot. We've been good about pre-snap penalties now for the last couple of weeks, and you don't want to start a drive this way, especially after the opposing team just scored a 2-point conversion to tie the whole thing up.
Right. Making it 21-21. Sam Darnold, 3 touchdown passes. And Kirk Cousins, no touchdown passes, but they've run for 2 touchdowns. Algier and Robinson each have 1. Addison in motion to the right. Out of the shotgun, handoff Cam Akers. Play strung out to the right, and now the whole thing's absolutely discombobulated. Grady Jarrett, the veteran, with a 2-yard tackle for loss. It's going to make it 2nd and 17 from the Vikings 23, and they go no huddle. They want to run another play before the end of the third quarter. Game tied at 21. Darnold, shotgun. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left.
There we go.
There's Grady Jarrett jumping in front of Blake Brandell, and those two have some words after the collision.
Neutral zone infraction.
97.
Defense number 97.
Excellent.
5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Now they give it right back to us. So, nice job. I think that's a great job by Darnold, just getting the whole program, getting the whole thing running, right? You have a tackle for a loss, you get them back to the line of scrimmage, get those defensive linemen jumpy, and then hard count them as they were trying to, give a little bit of a look, walk up a safety, drop them out, that kind of thing. They're playing a little bit of the shell game that you do pre-snap. So, well done by Darnold on the hard count.
Now, Josh Oliver and Johnny Munt check in. One of the players departing, actually both Jalen Naylor and TJ Hockenson. 2nd and 12 from the Vikings 28. We're tied at 21. Bijan Robinson ran in a touchdown, then ran in a 2-point conversion to tie the game. And the Atlanta Falcons have 8 penalties for 97 yards. Holy cow. That's the end of the third quarter. Vikings ball, game tied at 21 from Minneapolis on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network, driven by Polaris.
car, or what you do, there's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go a walk in the park with the new Ford Explorer. Become the MVP of the work site with the unrivaled performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America. Or discover what it really means to adventure in the great outdoors with a new Bronco Sport. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
Go ahead, eat the Land O'Lakes butter and cheese. Because when you spread that butter to every corner of your bread and sprinkle that cheese over everything, you're spreading goodness to our farmer owners and their communities. So don't hold back. Go ahead, eat the Land O'Lakes cheese. Eat the Land O'Lakes butter. Savor every moment of it. Eat it like you own it. Because 1,000 of our farmer owners do. As a hometown Minnesota company, Land O'Lakes is a proud sponsor of the Vikings.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
When football season kicks off, everything else takes a back seat to sports convenience. That's sports convenience. Running errands, not sports convenient. Cooking dinner, not sports convenient. But shopping online is now extra sports convenient thanks to Pays, a fast online checkout offered by banks and credit unions. With Pays, there's no typing in card numbers, no apps to download, and cards stay in one place so you don't have to leave the couch. In the name of sports convenience, try Pays today. Learn more at PAZE.com.
Welcome back. Start of the fourth quarter. Vikings face a 2nd and 12. And guys, I just want to reiterate how good Sam Darnold has been against the blitz. Don't think that those 4 sacks that we've taken have been against the blitz. Only one of those were against the blitz. The rest were 4-man rush and a coverage sack as well. That 52-yarder that he had to Justin last series, that was against the blitz as well, guys.
Appreciate you, Ben. Here comes Darnold back to pass on 2nd and 12. Throws left, caught T.J. Hockenson at the 45, bends it inside, and does so to get a first down. It'll be a catch and gain of 12 yards by T.J. First down for the Vikings from their own 41.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated part of T.J.'s game is just his ability to get those 2 or 3 yards after the catch.
Darnold working out of the shotgun. Cam Akers to his left. 4-man rush. Sam hit as he throws. Lofts one up for Addison. And he caught it at the 18-yard line. Jordan Addison working his counterpart wearing number 3, Jesse Bates. That's a 43-yard connection. First down, Minnesota from the Atlanta 16.
Paul, Atlanta is forcing this, right? They're blitzing. They're so aggressive. They're saying, all right, our corners can cover your guys one-on-one, and they can't, right? And if you give Darnold just a little bit of time, because on that play, Jordan Addison had Clark Phillips absolutely beat on the outside. So if they're going to give us that single high safety look, keep slinging it deep.
Addison and Jefferson each with more than 100 yards. First down, Darnold, game tied at 21. Fires to the end zone, incomplete. T.J. Hockenson, a bit open, back center of the end zone. Sam overshot Hockenson, 2nd and 10 from the Atlanta 16. Game tied at 21.
Yeah, Hockenson just absolutely wide open. He had the nice little bit of move. He had Clark Phillips and kind of gave it the nod to the corner and then bent it back in, and that ball was delivered just over his fingertips. So that's a pass that Darnold wish he had back, because that should have been a touchdown.
Addison, 107-1. Jefferson, 120-2. JJ in motion to the left. He's outside of Jalen Naylor. 2nd and 10 from the 16. We're tied at 21 in the fourth quarter. Darnold fakes the handoff. It's a screen left to Jefferson. Caught at the 15. Heads to the boundary, out of bounds at about the 10. So that'll be a catch and run by Justin of 5 yards, making it 3rd and 6.
Line. And you're seeing the evolution of our running game, Paul, is we get into this deep red zone where we've struggled to run the football. That's where we're getting these quick throws. We saw it last week with Jordan Addison on the outside. Today we're seeing it with Justin Jefferson. Just trying to get the ball to the athletes in space, and a great block on the outside in that case by Jalen Naylor as well.
3rd and 6 from the Atlanta 12. Minnesota 5 of 9 on 3rd down. We're tied at 21. 2 receivers left and right. Sam back to pass. Throws right. Caught. And touchdown! Jordan Addison is on fire. That's a 12-yard touchdown reception. His 2nd today. Minnesota leads 27-21.
Yeah, you want to cover our receivers one-on-one? Go right ahead and do that. And that's exactly how we're going to beat you. And what I think what happens, Paul, in this league is you go on for so long and so long that teams go, yeah, I think we can hold up. But every single time our receivers are one-on-one with any of their cornerbacks, we are winning that battle. And Darnold has the arm strength and accuracy to make them pay. But what an unbelievable day by Addison and JJ.
Reichard to the east side of U.S. Bank Stadium. Extra point snap spot. End-over-end production is good. And with 12:59 to go in the game on the Sleep Number scoreboard, Minnesota 28, Atlanta 21. It's Vikings football.
I'm Bruce Murray.
And I'm Rich Gannon.
Join us Monday, noon Eastern time on the SiriusXM Blitz. We recap Week 14, including the Bills in pursuit of the 1 seed in the AFC. After visiting the Rams, Falcons with Kirk Cousins taking on his former team in Minnesota, and the Chargers and the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football.
Plus, we'll preview Monday Night Football between the Bengals and Cowboys and discuss all the other news around the National Football League.
So don't miss the SiriusXM Blitz with me and Rich Gannon. Monday, noon Eastern time on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Believe your ears. The
need to listen to Fantasy Sports Radio.
What a play!
From start-sit decisions to waiver wire advice to injury updates, SiriusXM Channel 87 helps you win your fantasy football league. With expert advice from Jeff Mans.
Making the most moves doesn't result in the most wins.
Howard Bender.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
Jeff Ratcliffe.
Don't overvalue wide receiver cornerback.
Bob Harris.
If you're in a league that doesn't have IR, go out and start looking to waiver wires for players who are about to be activated.
Adam Ronis.
Personally, I don't like trading for injured players because there's a risk of a setback.
And so much more.
You've done wonders for me through the years.
Winning strategies from the best analysts in the business are on Fantasy Sports Radio, SiriusXM 87, and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Minnesota fans, hear what Coach O'Connell and the players have to say after each game on the Vikings channel. 8:20 on the SiriusXM app.
The Vikings retake the lead. It is 28-21 after an Addison front right end zone touchdown reception. And guys, as the defense takes over, I don't know what else to tell them other than they gotta man up. They're getting beat up across the line of scrimmage. We talked about the run defense in the first half. A lot of perimeter run cutback was killing us. They got 138 yards on the ground, 5.1 yards a clip. The second half, they've kept all those perimeter runs front side. So for all the work that our backside part of the defense is doing, now they intentionally keep it front side, so we got to figure some stuff out.
A rare kickoff return opportunity for Ray McLeod, and he comes near side. He dropped the ball at the 30. He was smacked at the 30. Ball came out, was rolling around at about the 32. No signal.
Come on, baby.
No signal. Yes! Vikings ball. Yes! Vikings have turned over the Atlanta Falcons for a second time today. They just did so at the Falcons 32, and Minnesota did so with a 28-21 lead. Ray McLeod's had a big day catching the ball. Not so big on the kick return. He fumbled, and he put Darnold and the Vikings in great position to extend the lead.
That was Brian Osweiler that got in there and was able to get the ball loose, and C.J. Ham, who I credit that last touchdown by the Vikings, but for the pass protection, Hambone being in there. Paul, let me say this. Take a shot at the end zone right now. Take a shot. You've got all the momentum in the world. Just, don't get sacked. Don't turn the ball over. But if they give you one-on-ones on the outside again, you go ahead and put up another touchdown on them, and this game will be over.
Sam Darnold, for the third time in his career, has thrown 4 touchdowns in a game, 2 with the Minnesota Vikings. He did so versus Houston earlier this year, and today versus the Atlanta Falcons. Jordan Addison with 2 touchdown receptions. He has done that for the third time in his career. He's never had 3 in a game. 28-21 Minnesota, and Darnold will toss right to Aaron Jones. Bit of room at the 30-yard line. Goes grinding to the 25. Driving Atlanta Falcons for a 7-yard gain. It's 2nd and 3.
You can almost see the wind come out of the sails on this defense. As you're taking a look at Ellis, Caden Ellis in the huddle, trying to get the guys around him going because he understands this is a pivotal point.
Darnold out of the shotgun, 2nd and 3 from the Falcons 25. Plenty of time on the play clock, 15 seconds. Walks up to Bradbury, shares some information. Garrett points to his left. Aaron Jones goes to the left of Sam Darnold, who takes the snap on 2nd down, looking right. Now he looks left and swings it over the center. Caught Justin Jefferson, 1st down at the 18-yard line. It'll be a 7-yard grab for JJ, who has 2 touchdowns today. 1st down for the Vikings, who have the ball with a 28-21 lead because of a hit by Brian Asamoah on returner Ray McLeod, and the ball was recovered by Theo Jackson. Special teams coming up special there, Peter.
Yeah, they are. And this Atlanta defense, Paul, right now is flat. So look for them to blitz. Maybe not here, but soon, to try to get after the quarterback. They're going to have to press to make something happen.
Jefferson motions to the backfield to the right of Darnold out of the shotgun. Sam looks that way, but now swings left. Caught by Aaron Jones at the 22. Near the sideline to the 20-15. Shoved out of bounds at the 13. That'll be a gain of 5. 2nd and 5 for the Minnesota Vikings from the Atlanta 13. 11-15 and counting to go in the game. Minnesota leads 28-21.
Well, and this is a play caller. This is always tough. Do you just keep the ball on the ground, keep that clock running, right? Or do you just go for the jugular? And we've managed to find a way to kind of run the football down here, Paul. And those are those quick throws to the outside. So let's see what we decide to do here, and if we can just hand the ball off and get some positive yardage.
Darnold has thrown for 303 and 4. Play action, rolls out to the right, finds TJ at the 10. He's hit at the 10 and stopped at the 10. Jesse Bates, the former Bengal, with a big hit. It's a gain of 3, making it 3rd and 2 from the Atlanta 10. Most importantly, the clock runs. 10.5 minutes to go in the game. 28-21 Minnesota.
Oh, you're exactly right about that. Keep that clock moving. And I think in the second half, that's probably the biggest adjustment out of our offense that we've seen. Is just getting Darnold out on the edges, right? Get the bootlegs going, some of those outside plays. Just not let him sit in the pocket, although he's done a masterful job in the pocket today.
Addison, Hockenson, and Jefferson left. Josh Oliver stands up right. JJ inside slot left. Vikings 6 of 10 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 2 from the Atlanta 10. Darnold shotgun. 3-man rush. Sam short drop throws. Caught. 1st down. Addison on fire at the 3. Reaches to the 1. Can't get in. 9-yard reception for Jordan Addison, who has 2 touchdowns this game. It is 1st and goal from the 1. Addison, 7 catches, 132 yards. And the Vikings have it 1st and goal from the 1 with 9.5 minutes to go in the game. Darnold looks to go sneaking in. That one didn't work. He ran into Bradbury before he went lunging to the right. And Lorenzo Carter was able to stop him right around the line of scrimmage. No gain, 2nd and goal.
No matter what happened on that play, Paul, we got a bad spot because where Jordan Addison's knee went down, that ball was literally an inch from breaking the plane, and now the ball's on the 1.5-yard line. That's where it was before they snapped it last play. So they absolutely gave a bad spot on the Jordan Addison reception.
2nd and goal from the 1, offset eye right.
Uh-oh.
Sam Darnold now heads out to become a receiver on the right side, and it's a direct snap to Aaron Jones. And on the direct snap, he lunges forward, flag on the play, and he thinks he got in, but quite honestly, he didn't get close.
Yeah, we're trying to get fancy and do, with this creative with the running game here to try to be able to move the football.
I mean, isn't this 97% illegal formation?
It depends.
That flag?
Hopefully it's not holding. I'll take an illegal formation.
Wow,
right
good
now.
point.
Just hope that it's not holding somewhere up front.
Well, here comes Alex Kemp to tell us what happened.
Illegal shift. Offense number 14. It's a 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Well, O'Connell is freaked out.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Well, we've run 2 trick plays. They've both been awful.
Well, they called it an illegal shift, but I'm not sure. We had an eligible receiver on the end man of the line of scrimmage, so Darnold didn't have to get. Yeah, it's bizarre. Unless the tight end was off. Maybe, in fact, we had nobody on that side.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, we did.
Oh.
We had Johnny Munt, so who knows why they called that one an illegal shift.
Well, we're back to the 6. 2nd and goal from the 6. Vikings lead 28-21. 8.5 minutes to go in the game. Minnesota trying to win for a 6th consecutive time. Jefferson in motion to the right. 3 receivers right. Sam Darnold out of the shotgun. Jones picks up a blitzer. Pass right. Caught Addison to the end zone. Touchdown! Jordan Addison makes it 34-21. And for Sam Darnold, that's a high five. For the first time in his career, he's thrown 5 touchdown passes in a game. And for Jordan Addison, that's the first 3-touchdown game of his career.
Yeah, you want a free 3? How about 3 for 3? Wow.
Love it.
Just him cutting underneath. Just a smart route by him. And getting underneath that coverage, Paul. Just a great job.
Extra point, snap spot, Reichard. Yes. 35-21 Minnesota, 8:23 to go in the game. That's on the Sleep Number scoreboard and the KFAM Minnesota Vikings radio network, driven by Sam Darnold and Jordan Addison and Polaris.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
You're listening to Vikings football. Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws it. It's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. We connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. To truly go inside the game of pro football, you need to see things from the player's perspective.
Let's go.
Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, catch the Player's Point.
Let's go. Let's bring energy.
Join NFL tight end Colin Thompson and Miami Dolphins fullback Alec Ingold as they break down the biggest stories in the NFL.
It's an encouraging way to look at football.
The Player's Point. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern on NFL Radio, Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Minnesota fans, hear what Coach O'Connell and the players have to say after each game on the Vikings channel. 8:20 on the SiriusXM app.
Vikings fans, get ready for the broadcast of Vikings football with pothole pizza, only from Quick Trip, Meat Sweats, Vikings Pep Rally, and of course Sausage Palooza. Grab a slice wherever you watch or listen to the game. Available now at U.S. Bank Stadium. Boom. Reichard's kick. And a fair catch, so the Birds will come out and start on their 30. And nothing beats a game-winning drive, and you'll find lots of those at your Twin Cities Hyundai dealers, like the ultra-rugged Hyundai Santa Fe with H-Track all-wheel drive. Thank you, Hyundai. And thank you, Sam Darnold, Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson, and everybody else. The Minnesota Vikings lead 35-21. All 5 touchdowns from the arm of Sam Darnold, who now has 28 on the season. And for the first time in his career, he's thrown 5 touchdowns in a game. Jordan Addison, for the first time in his career, has a 3-touchdown game. And the Minnesota Vikings, for the first time since the game at Soldier Field, had 2 receivers with 100 yards. Cousins throws over the middle on first down, caught Darnell Mooney between the hash marks at the 40, gets to the 45, finally stopped at the 48. That's 18 for number 1, Darnell Mooney.
That's why when you blitz, you got to get there, Paul. But I think being +2 has been huge for this team today.
Kirk Cousins hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in more than a month. Back to pass. Hit as he throws, and the ball falls harmlessly to his left in front of the Vikings bench. And it's still bounding about.
Again, the referees don't whistle it dead.
Vikings coaches pointing at Fabian Moreau to tear down the field into the end zone, but now it's blown dead. And it was Andrew Van Ginkel.
Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by the offense.
It shouldn't be, because they actually net yards out of something like that. I don't know where the ball was snapped and where they recovered it, but I mean, again, that's one of the things that's getting.
After video assistance, it's an incomplete pass.
But that's what I mean. They're just falling back because they know they just rule it a fumble.
Yeah.
And they know that they're going to get the look at it.
Let's reset the game because 7:50.
If they do rule it incomplete and it is actually a fumble, there's really nothing you can do.
Right, but that's the right way to do it, don't you think?
Yeah, because I'm saying for player safety.
Oh, I see.
Guys running around trying to, on a fumble recovery and all that stuff, I don't think it's worth it.
Kirk Cousins, 17 of 27, 275 and a pick, passer rating 81.5. Takes the snap out of the shotgun, yet to be sacked, throws to the right, caught Ray McLeod at the Vikings 45. He turns it up at the 44 and gets to the 43 for a catch of 9 yards by Ray McLeod, who has 98 receiving yards, 11 targets, 8 receptions, and it's now 3rd and 1 from the Vikings 43 as Cousins walks up and down the line giving instructions. The Falcons 6 of 11 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 1 from the Vikings 43. Handoff Algier, who's been a problem today, and he lunges up the middle to the 39 for a run of 4 and a first down.
And Paul, I think that's where on that last play you're seeing the difference. Although time of possession's been evened out, but the defense has been on the field for quite some time, and those legs look a little bit tired.
First down, 7-10 and counting to go in the game. 35-21 Minnesota. On first down, Kirk Cousins back to pass, throws right, man wide open, and it's Kyle Pitts caught at the 35. The speedy tight end by the sideline gets to the 30, out of bounds at the 26. 13 yards to the good, and a first down for Atlanta.
I think we're going to see for Atlanta now exactly what our offense has been going through, and that's you get into this deep red zone. I mean, the Falcons here have to score touchdowns. Field goals don't do them any good. But as you get closer to that end zone, these safeties start to get in the box. It's harder to run the football. Easier to disguise the blitz.
First down for Atlanta, trailing by 14 points, 6.5 minutes to go. First down from the Vikings 25. Cousins hit by Harrison Smith as he throws it, and he's intercepted. A beautiful one-handed interception in the end zone by Byron Murphy Jr. That's number 6 this year for Byron Murphy Jr., which means he has the most interceptions by a member of the Minnesota Vikings since Anthony Harris in 2019, and the most interceptions by a cornerback since Pete Burcich played with the Vikings in 1998, and Jimmy Hitchcock when he had 7 and 3 got to the house. Byron Murphy Jr. with 6.
Yeah, Paul, and we got.
Yeah, we'll pause. 6:26 to go in the game. Vikes up by 14. KFAN Minnesota Vikings Radio Network. Polaris.
There's a Ford vehicle that can help you own the day. Make life on the go a walk in the park with the new Ford Explorer. Become the MVP of the work site with the unrivaled performance of a new built Ford Tough F-Series truck, the best-selling trucks in America. Or discover what it really means to adventure in the great outdoors with the new Bronco Sport. Whether it's for work or play, there's a Ford with a great deal waiting at your local Northland Ford dealers. Don't wait. Get behind the wheel of a new Ford today. Based on calendar year total sales.
You know, it's crazy what you can pick up when no one's calling. The inviting sway of switchgrass prairie. Boots crunching dirt on a Black Hills climb. A wide open mind riding down the open road. And the silence of a darn good sunset from east to west. So go ahead and unplug. There's so much South Dakota, so little time.
Thursdays on CBS. Ready to have your spirits lifted? Then Ghosts is the comedy for you. I mean, it's an age-old story. Couple moves into an estate only to find out it's haunted by ghosts from throughout the centuries. We've got a hippie, a ghost with an arrow through his neck, a guy who knew Alexander Hamilton, and a personal favorite of mine, a Viking. See why critics have called it drop-dead funny. All new Ghosts. Thursday, 8:30, 7:30 Central on CBS.
Don't you love the sounds of the holiday season? The bells, the sleighs. Woohoo! If so, your holiday's now even more magical because now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, you can take home your favorite Hyundai with some of the season's greatest savings.
Drive away now in the Santa Fe with 1.99% APR for 72 months. Only during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Right-handed interception by Byron Murphy means the Vikings are +3 in the take-give today. And they lead 35-21, 6.5 minutes to go in the game. And back by the goal line, flag comes down. We had a snap, and everybody just kind of stood up.
Well, this is where you hard count if you're an offense, because if you jump, you're only losing 6, 10 inches or whatever.
Yeah.
And if you can get the defense to go, you get into 3-5 yards. But there's nothing clear. I mean, they whistled the play dead, which would mean that, either it's unabated to the quarterback or it's on the offense. So, I don't know. That whole rule with the momentum and not saying that should have been a touchback.
Neutral zone infraction. Defense number 99. 5-yard penalty. First
there you
down.
go. That's smart.
That's what you were talking about.
It's Bill Belichick football right there, right?
Hey, let me share this with you. The Vikings defense, Pete, has 8 passes defensed. 7 are from non-DBs, like Harrison Phillips, the linebackers. So you got guys tipping passes at the line of scrimmage left and right. I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah, it is. It's been a complete effort. They've given up a ton of yards today, Paul, but they've made the big plays, and that's the huge part.
And Jalen Redmond has 2 of them off the biggest game of his career last week against Arizona. Handoff Cam Akers left side on 1st and 5, and he plows his way for a gain of 4. That'll make it 2nd and 1 from the Vikings 11. Byron Murphy's interception was in the end zone, but they ruled that he stepped out. So thus this possession begins at the 2. And it'd be a perfect time to go down and get a 98-yard touchdown, take like 6.5 minutes off the clock, just win the game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the 5-minute drill right here, where you have to run the ball, keep the clock moving, keep the chains moving, hold on to the football, because Atlanta's going to be digging for it. There we go. We got him again.
It was an offside eye left, planning to run it with Cam Akers, but Darnold's hard count did this.
Start.
Yeah.
Offense number 86.
Yeah.
5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
They hard counted us into a 5-yard infraction.
Oh my God! You just have to be smart, guys. I mean, it's one of those things.
Set the game clock to 5:46.
This is situational football, right? Right. Whenever you're backed up as an offense, whether it's the 5-minute drill or it's situational football with going with the hard count, you've got to be able to execute these things, and that's kind of the hard part. Johnny Munt in and off the field, that kind of thing. Now he's being called on to be a blocker, so you always have to be sharp whenever you get put in there.
So now it's 2nd and 6, backed up to the 6, offset I right. Akers, the tailback, gets the call, runs up the middle, and he sprints by Caden Ellis at the 15 to the 20, dragging Falcons to the 25, make it the 30. Cam Akers with a 25-yard run and a first down for the Vikings.
You get that feeling now, Paul, that the Falcons were hanging in there, right? They were going blow to blow. They tried to survive by singling up our wide receivers, but that fumble on the kickoff return was, I think, the biggest part of this game so far. That really put the proverbial nail in the coffin, and you can see the hands on the hips now, and there's just no fire or excitement at all from this Atlanta defense.
Nate Landman, one of the inside linebackers, the one. Cam Akers busted a tackle to get an extra 10. First down, handoff. Akers, nice jump cut left to the 30. Tries to get outside of the numbers to the 40, and he will barrel his way to a first down. 11 yards for Cam Akers, 36 yards on his last 2 runs, and another first down for the Vikings with 4:40 and counting to go in the game. Minnesota leads 35-21.
Yeah, you're right about bringing up Nate Landman, because he was key in that play as well. You had a free defender on the outside, Nate Landman, and he just whiffed on the tackle. So as a defensive coordinator, there's not a whole lot you can do. Jerry Gray saying, hey, we've got a free man right in the right spot, but we just can't make a play right now.
1st and 10, Minnesota from its own 42. Sam Darnold has thrown 5 touchdown passes, offset I left. He'll hand it to Cam Akers, and Lorenzo Carter all over that one, but you know what? He's going to get a 15-yard face mask penalty. He grabbed Cam Akers by the face mask. This will go against Atlanta, oft penalized today.
And Darnold's going, hey, what about me?
Personal foul, face mask. Defense number 0. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
I don't know if he had his face mask. He had the back of his helmet.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That's kind of a dicey call, but
10 penalties, 117 on them, Pete.
Yeah, it makes up for a couple, at least one for sure, that was missed on Darnold earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the other interesting part with Atlanta right now, our passing game has been so explosive, but they're packing the box right now to stop the run, and they're leaving our receivers one-on-one on the outside. And I think for Kevin O'Connell, he's like midfield, Paul. This might be the place to run that play fake and then hit JJ, because he's literally one-on-one on the top of your screen against AJ Terrell.
The time of possession has evened itself out, 28 and change to 26 and change. Atlanta leads. Darnold on first down, boots out to the right, he throws. Josh Oliver caught it, middle of the field, hit to the left, 30, 25 to the 20. He's going out of bounds, and he's going to do so with an explosive reception and run. That's 25 yards to Josh Oliver, and Sam Darnold is scorching hot right now.
Yeah, great call on the bootleg, and what a play by Darnold. Normally, for quarterbacks, you don't want to throw against your body as you're rolling out one way or the other, and then after Oliver caught that ball, he decides, you know what, I'm gonna try to break this thing out all the way on the other side of the field. So he ran about 55 yards to get 12.
35-21 Minnesota, timeout on the field. And 3:53 to go in the game. The Vikings took their second timeout. Atlanta still has 3. And the 35 is courtesy of 5 Sam Darnold touchdown passes. First time in his career he's done that. Jordan Addison caught 3 of them. First time in his career he's had that take place. Justin Jefferson has the other 2. Those are Justin's first touchdowns since October 20th against the Lions here. He's had his first 100-plus yard game since the Indy game earlier this season. He went for 137 there. Justin, 7 catches, 132 and 2. Addison, 8 catches, 133 and 3. And they lead 35-21 against Kirk Cousins, who has 0 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, meaning he has 0 touchdowns and 8 picks in nearly his last 4 games. Darnold out of the shotgun and out of the timeout. He's going to hand the ball off to C.J. Ham, I believe, and the fullback, Aaron Jones.
Atlanta, their first of the half.
Aaron Jones strolls ahead for 2 yards. 2nd and 8 from the Falcons 15.
Yeah, Paul, in a game that wasn't questioned there for a little while, even going into the third quarter. And one thing that's remained consistent with our defense, despite giving up a lot of yards, they've tightened up in the red zone today, not as much, giving up 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. But outside of that, it's just the turnovers and continuing to get turnovers. The Vikings have 2 extra possessions due to the defense and an extra possession due to special teams. So, 2 of the 3 phases doing their job, getting the ball back in the hands of our offense.
2nd and 8, offset I left behind Darnold, who's under center. Now C.J. Ham in motion, handoff Aaron Jones, stiff arm to the left side. He gets on Yamada. However, Falcons converge on him at the 15. It'll be no gain.
Timeout, Atlanta. Their second of the half.
And the nice tackle there was Clark Phillips III, Ben Lieber.
Yeah, as the Vikings offense is executing this 4-minute offense perfectly right now. You know who we haven't talked about in a good way is Dalton Reisner. I mean, I've been watching him a little bit this game when I can, and he stepped into that right guard spot and he missed a bunch of time with his back, and he talked about himself having maybe a rough series or 2 in his very first game back. But since then, I mean, we have not talked about him and said anything about him missing a block, giving up a sack or a pressure. He's doing a fantastic job of inserting himself on this offensive line, playing a position he's never played before.
Sam Darnold has gone 38 consecutive passes without a pick. Handoff Aaron Jones, up the middle, to the 10, to the 5, touchdown! A.J. Showtime! 15-yard touchdown run, and the blowout is on. It's Minnesota 41, Atlanta 21.
Somewhere deep in the heart of Texas, Aaron Jones' mom is smiling right now. She's saying, way to go. Way to hold on to that football. Way to get into a rhythm and to score that rushing TD. That's the 5-minute drill. You just want to hold the ball and burn as much clock as you can, but to be able to march it all the way down the field on the ground, what a great job. Our offense has just taken the wind out of Atlanta.
Reichard, 6 for 6 on extra points. Welcome back, Will. It's 42-21 Minnesota. 3.5 minutes to go in the game. Here comes Musk from Scoreboard Central.
XPA is brought to you by Minnesota Lottery. Yeah, Scoreboard Central, brought to you by the Minnesota Lottery. Play the new Viking scratch game from the Minnesota Lottery for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Rodgers has a touchdown to Adams, and it's all tied up now. Jets and Finns, each 23. Mayfield, a couple of touchdowns, also a couple of picks. But the Bucs do have the lead over the Raiders, 21-10. And Barkley, over 124 yards on the ground. Hurts has 2 touchdown passes and a touchdown run. Eagles up 22-16 over the Panthers. Let's pause 10 seconds now for station identification. This is Minnesota Vikings football.
Interact with our stable of former players, coaches, and executives all day long on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Hall?
Yes, Pete.
Sam Darnold is on a 22 for 28, 347 yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, a 157.9 rating. Are you kidding me with that? Put him on ice, baby. Put him on ice.
Sam, the man on the fan. It's a high 5 for Sam Darnold. First time in his career, 5 touchdown passes. Boom. There's Reichard's kick over the head of the returner. Ray McLeod, who, by the way, brought one out of the end zone, was hit by Brian Asamoah. The fumble was recovered by C.J. Ham. And that turned, that flipped all the momentum the way of the Minnesota Vikings. They have absolutely smashed the Atlanta Falcons since that moment. Cousins still in the game. Brian Asamoah, he's in the game.
Yeah, Camus Grugier-Hill.
Yeah, Theo Jackson's in the game. Holy cow. We've rendered the Ballyhooed Cousins game to a third preseason game with a 42-21 lead.
Well, Jalen Redmond making that tackle. And here's the thing with Jalen. I'm not going to say it's a preseason game because Redmond's out there making plays. This guy is really playing well.
Yeah, Gabriel Murphy and Dallas Turner are the edge rushers. Camus Grugier-Hill, the man in the middle. Cousins, back to pass. He's thrown 2 picks. Throws left, caught Darnell Mooney. Having a career day, caught at the 40, speeds to the 45-yard line. So that'll be a catch and run of 14, 3:07 to go in the game. Atlanta with one timeout, the Vikings with one timeout. And Jerry Tillery checks in now for Jalen Redmond. I'm glad you brought up Jalen Redmond. He had 4 tackles and 2 tackles for loss last game against Arizona, by far the best game of his career. And he got a game ball from O'Connell after the game. Redmond today, 4 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, and 2 passes defense at the line of scrimmage. Handoff right side. That'll go for about maybe 6 yards, 2nd and 4. Vikes lead by 20, 2:54 to go.
That'd be awesome if as Coach O'Connell's given his, how he likes to pace when he gives his post-game speech. And Jalen Redmond just stand right next to him and follow him, saying, "Where's my ball? Where's my game ball?"
Cousins throws right, and it's caught by Drake London, who's virtually been a non-factor today. Caught at the 40, out of bounds at the 35-yard line. So that will be 14 yards from Cousins to Drake London. Clock stops. Falcons with one timeout, but they're trailing by 20. And once again, Sam Darnold has 5 touchdown passes for the first time in his career. And ever since that Jacksonville Jaguars game where he had those 3 bad ones, but the Vikings found a way to win the game, his performances have ascended each game. He's gotten better and more clutch each game.
And, Paul, I think that's the difference in a season.
Start. Offense number 8. 5-yard penalty.
And what I mean by that is when Darnold was not at his best, the defense played unbelievably well, and we were still able to win those games. Mm-hmm. And by winning those games, you keep yourself in the playoff hunt and all those things, but you're buying your quarterback time to work his way through the yips, right? Yeah. We're talking about how he had the yips, and as a quarterback, if he can survive those down times and he comes back, they get better. And I think that Darnold is handling the pocket so much better now, making better decisions, all those things, because he's been able to stay in there.
Cousins fires over the middle. It's caught. Flags on the play. Asamoah, super excited, I think, came jumping through trying to get a sack. This should be encroachment or offside on the Minnesota Vikings. 6-yard gain, though.
The Bo Richter sighting. How about that?
Bo Richter in the game. Jalen Redmond comes back in.
I'm excited for these guys because this is when I got a lot of my playing time.
Defense number 6. 5 yards penalty from the previous spot. First down.
Okay, it was Asamoah, but that line was too good to have Alex Kemp slip on it. Okay, 3-2.
Yeah, all I was going to say was I'm pulling for these guys right now because this is when I got most of my playing time especially back in 98 when we'd be blowing people out. You got to get the fans going. You got whoever's left, stadium's emptying out, the whole thing. Nah, you know what? Interception now, at the end of the season, it counts as much as any other one all throughout the year.
On 1st and 10 from the 35, handoff. Bijan Robinson still playing hard. Shakes a Jalen Redmond tackle. And he's taken down by Theo Jackson after a run of 6 yards. So that'll make it 2nd and 4, approaching the 2-minute warning. Justin Jefferson now on on both the beautiful big screens here at US Bank Stadium. He had 2 touchdowns this game. Busted out for the first time since October 20th. Cousins back to pass, sacked only once. Throws left, caught Darnell Mooney. Shakes to the right, back to the left, taken down at the 20. That's a first down. After a 9-yard gain, we've hit the 2-minute warning. You can hear the cheers because the Minnesota Vikings are well on their way to a 6th consecutive victory. They lead 42-21, 2 minutes to go in the game on the KFAN Minnesota Vikings radio network, driven by Polaris.
Hey, so what's better than a Vikings win? Celebrating a Vikings win cruising around in a brand new Polaris Slingshot S or a Polaris snowmobile. So right now at Quick Trip, for every $1 you spend with Quick Rewards, you'll earn a Fan Zone point to spend in the Viking Zone. Then with your Quick Rewards app, spend points for your chance to win prizes throughout the season, like a Polaris Slingshot S. Nice. Kick off your winning season with Quick Trip and your Minnesota Vikings. See QuickTrip.com/fanzone for details.
Are you ready for some football? Well, you are now, thanks to Ticketmaster. As the official ticket marketplace of the Minnesota Vikings and the NFL, Ticketmaster's got the best way to take it to the house when it comes to being there live. They're the safest and most convenient marketplace to score fully verified Vikings tickets. And even if your plans get broken up or worse, turned over, Ticketmaster gives you more flexibility to sell your seats. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Vikings.
For the Vikings, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving live broadcasts from lag time, helping deliver the in-stadium experience for fans with millions more around the globe, and bringing all the benefits of the cloud to your network. So it's as secure as a defensive line and as legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Why do 90% of Vikings players have a Sleep Number smart bed? Because they need a bed that adjusts to their individual shape, position, and temperature preferences to help boost recovery time. Sleep Number does that. Game-changing sleep is life-changing. And now, during our Cyber Week sale, save 20% on most Sleep Number smart beds, plus free home delivery with any base. Limited time, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com. Official sleep and wellness partner of the Minnesota Vikings.
Welcome back. Exuberance Central is Minneapolis, Minnesota, because the Minnesota Vikings lead Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons 42-21. 2 minutes to go in the game. First down for the Falcons from the Vikings 20-yard line. Bijan Robinson now lines up behind the center as the Falcons tried to get tricky, and about 9 flags came in. Crazy.
Yeah, how about that? You got your twos out there.
Yeah.
Flores is like, hey, this is 1-0 blitz, so we're going to do it anyway. I don't care if you get a bunch of backups out there.
Let me ask you this question. Oh, by the way, Ben Lieber is going to be interviewing Justin Jefferson pretty much right after the game. So stay here, FM 100.3 KFAN and the Vikings Radio Network. Nacho Lieber and Justin Jefferson. Shortly after the game, Justin, 132-2. 2 receivers right, 3 left, 1st and 15 from the Vikings 25. Kirk Cousins goes with an empty backfield. Ray McLeod motions to the backfield. They give it to him on a jet left to right, shakes at the 25. And he's hit very hard after a short gain. Bo Richter. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe Sam Darnold will throw a pass the rest of this game?
No.
Okay. Well, that means he won't have an interception. All right, stand by. Kirk, Bijan, 2 receivers left and right, 42-21 Minnesota, a minute and a half to go. Kirk chains, shotgun, empty backfield. Blitz from the backups, throws right, caught Drake London, trying to shake on a bunch of the Vikings 2s and 3s. Theo Jackson et al. Able to bring him down. So Sam Darnold is going to set a National Football League record. Here's how it goes. He's 22 of 28, 347 and 5 with no picks. He's going to become the first quarterback in the history of the NFL to go 4 consecutive games with at least 20 completions, at least 2 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions. First quarterback in history. Cousins to the end zone. Incomplete on 3rd down. Just to put in context, I mean, Sam's doing something. It's like Jefferson when he came into the league. It's like we knew we were onto something when he kept cracking Randy Moss records, like from weeks 10 on. Darnold he has 5 touchdowns today, 4 consecutive weeks. He hasn't thrown an interception, at least 2 touchdowns, at least 20 completions. And he's doing something huge every single week.
Hey, the backup's got a big 4th down play here. We got to pay attention.
All right, 4th down. Here it is. The season's on the line for nothing but a bunch of Vikings backups looking to make hay. Snap to Cousins. Turner blitzes. Ball's off the fingertips of Kyle Pitts. Incomplete in the end zone. Theo Jackson, Jay Ward, Camus Grugier-Hill, Pete Bursich, and Gabe Murphy all had a crack at the interception, but the ball fell harmlessly. So the Vikings are a couple of kneel downs away from their 11th victory this year.
It's good to see the unteachables get the big stop. That's what Coach Fazio used to call us, right? The unteachables, because if we could be taught, we'd be starters. But what a day. And you knew this, I just knew this was going to happen, that some team would just say, you know what, we're just going to let our corners cover your guys one-on-one.
Right.
And for Darnold, you talk about it. I'm telling you, Paul, it's him working through those 3 interception games like in Jacksonville. We're still able to win that game. But for him to be able to come back from that, he's absolutely becoming a better quarterback in front of our eyes. He's getting better each week. I think today he handled pressure very, very well. I was worried about the sack totals, but his ability to move around, the big throw to Jefferson, and moving around, getting the throw to Addison. I'm very, very impressed with the day that Sam Darnold had. And again, it's just every game like this that he has, his price is going up. And so just a wonderful, wonderful day. They had us on, it wasn't clean now. They had us on the ropes a little bit, especially on the ground. So there's some things that we have to check, giving up nearly 400 yards of offense. So big plays saved us.
The Minnesota Vikings have hit the pick six. 6 consecutive victories, leading to an 11-2 record. The final score, Minnesota 42, Atlanta 21. Ben Lieber with Justin Jefferson shortly. Don't leave.